the 16th of December in 2020. And I will call this meeting to order, but we also have, as folks might have seen, because the agenda was also posted, a second special meeting that will be concurrent with this special meeting. So I'm calling to order the second special meeting as well. That's really a special meeting that has to do with an agenda item later on in the meeting, and so we'll get to that topic when we get to it in the agenda. Okay, shall we do a roll call? Michelle, Town Clerk, would you like to do a roll call of the council members?
I'd be happy to. Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Here.
Councilmember Hellman. Oh, I mean, sorry. Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Goddard.
I'm here.
And Mayor Ackerman.
I'm still here. Okay, so we can address the approval of agenda and affidavit of posting. Madam Clerk, would we approve the agenda for the second special meeting at the same time?
You could do it by, maybe it would be easier to do it by two separate motions.
Okay, so if anybody has any comments on the agenda, otherwise a motion to approve the agenda for the main meeting.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
Yep, second.
Okay, so motion Kohler, second Cutrano to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting. Shall we have a roll call vote?
Would you like me to do that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I can do that. That's pretty quick. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So let's look at a second motion for the approval of the agenda for the second special meeting that's running concurrent with the first. And that agenda only has the one item which has to do with the Disaster Preparedness Committee discussion, which is on the first agenda. So it just adds the possibility of considering appointing an ad hoc subcommittee for that. So that's all that second meeting is, just to resolve any mystery about that. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting for that?
I move that we approve the agenda and affidavit of posting for the special meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion Goddard, second Cutrano, and I'll do the roll call vote again. I'll try to do it in the same order. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Aye.
And my vote is aye as well. Okay, now back to the main agenda. I'll read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. So the meeting protocol, I won't read in its entirety because I think we've all heard it, but we'll maintain order at the meetings, and we're expecting everybody on the DS and otherwise to refrain from using profane language or ridicule character or motives of council members, staff, other members of the public, and maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And we will review the agenda at 10 p.m. and hopefully we won't go all the way to 11:30, but we'll see. Okay, we don't normally do announcements at these special meetings, the second meetings of the month, but we do, I'm told, have two announcements that council members would like to make in this instance. So Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor, for making this exception. I thought it was very important for our entire community to know that today was a very special day, and that is that the very first vaccines arrived in Marin County. And one of my dear friends, an ER nurse from Fairfax, Mr. Doug Clark, was the very first nurse in Marin County to receive the vaccination. I wanted to acknowledge and send my congratulations to Doug. He has been in the ER since the start of the pandemic. He advocated for more increased safety protocols for his colleagues on his unit, and he has been tireless in his work through the pandemic. So I wish him all good things, and congratulations to Marin County for our first set of vaccines.
Thank you. Yes, and congratulations to all the people worldwide who've worked so hard on this amazing process. We're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. And Chance, you had an announcement as well?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this exception. I just wanted to briefly acknowledge that the Fairfax Open Space Committee is selling calendars that will benefit our open space. 100% of the proceeds go to open space acquisitions. But the second piece of that is to acknowledge the chair of the Open Space Committee, Susan Pascal Baran, who's also an artist in residence, who has been doing an incredible amount of work, not only designing and pushing out this calendar, which you can purchase on the town's website, but also organizing a community media center of Marin TV episodes with open space members and people who are preserving open space in Fairfax and in Marin, as well as doing a Wonderfully Wild Marin pop-up event with local artists in the Ross Valley and here in Fairfax, whose photographs are in the calendars. And she's been doing that the last 3 weeks. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank her for her service to the community and to our beloved open space that everybody's been enjoying as they socially distance during this pandemic.
All right, thank you. Okay, so our first item for the evening is a series of interviews and possible appointments to committees. And the way we'll do this is we'll conduct all of the interviews, and then after any council member questions, which there may not be at that point, we would then go to public comment regarding all of the interviews and appointments. And then we'll make our selections for appointments. So the first set of interviews, we have 3 applicants for the Measure F Oversight Committee. And there are 2 vacancies on the Measure F Oversight Committee, both for the community members. So So Michelle, do we have I haven't looked yet. Do we have the applicants on the,
Yes.
preferably, and we have them in the packet on the,
Yes,
in the meeting?
I see
Okay,
the applicants on Zoom, and they have 2 out of 3 have raised their hands.
okay. They're there.
And all the members-
Very good. If we have any council member questions or comments before we begin the interviews, Renee?
I just have a question, point of order. Will we be asking questions the way we normally do of an applicant? 2 of us ask a question before we go to public comment?
Well, I would imagine we would do it more or less the way we do when we do in-person interviews. I think we've done at least one of these before in the Zoom world. But
Okay.
we would do, the suggestion has been that we do all of the interviews for not only the Measure F applicants, but the other 2 positions. And then we do 1 session of public comment regarding all of the interviews. If that's okay with the council members.
That's what was requested by the town clerk, and I think that gets us to the main part of the meeting sooner.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so we ready to begin with the first interview?
Yes.
Okay, Michelle, we can bring Joe McGarry in.
Okay. Joe, I have enabled your video and your audio, and we're just wait. There you go. You're popping in.
There we go. We get to see
All
you.
right. Good evening.
I think we usually start this out with just asking you to take a moment to just, in general, say what brings you to this application.
Sure. It was, I think I have a call to be of service to the town, and a natural onboarding for me in terms of my comfort is budgets and numbers. I'm responsible in the work I do for a large budget. At Good Earth, I oversee 6 departments with that account for 25% of the store and about 30% of the staff, that with an annual budget that frankly exceeds the general fund of Fairfax. So I write those budgets and I'm held accountable to them. So getting involved with the Measure F and something that deals with numbers seems like a natural fit for me in terms of my comfort. And frankly, on the heels of the election, in debriefing with citizens and supporters, that it was expressed time and time again that folks would like to see me more involved with the town, and that they like the idea of me participating in a more official capacity, and I would like to do that as well. I think I'm a good listener. A good collaborator. I enjoy working with groups, and I also ask questions. I look at things a little differently, and like to provoke thought with the questions I ask, and maybe get below the surface to explore new possibilities. Frankly, I just want to be involved with the town in a more official capacity, and this seems like an opportunity that's right here, right before us right now.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your interest. Are there any council members who would like to begin with any questions for Joe? Barbara.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
I see that you've lived in Fairfax most of your life, but you were gone for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
And glad to see you back in town. Just wondering, are you familiar with, I don't believe you were involved in our budgeting process, which had a workshop and various things. I think you were involved in parts of that. Are you familiar with the idea that Measure F is a special designated fund, so it's a little different from the broader budget? And do you contemplate being involved in kind of broader budget issues when we get to that point, probably around April or so? Is that something you would like to do?
Oh, absolutely. I think that this is kind of a great entryway into that larger conversation and being part of the budget workshops. And I totally look forward to that opportunity. I understand that this is a tax that has specific designations, and the oversight would be particular to those, I think, 5 buckets that the money goes to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions from council members for Mr. McGarry?
Hi, Joe. It's Stephanie. Thank you for sharing your hands-on experience at the Good Earth. I didn't know you had budgetary responsibility, and it sounds like it's pretty large in scope. So thank you, because I didn't see that on your application. I also know that just from the emails that you send to the council, you do have a forensic capability in your wheelhouse from the questions that and the inquiries that you send us. So I wanted to make note of that for the public, that you have asked some pretty tough questions of us of our budget. So I don't have any further questions. I just thank you for highlighting your hands-on experience with budgeting.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything in closing, Joe, that you'd like to say, and then we'll move on to the next applicant?
Yeah, just that, that we, it's a great opportunity. We're still in the glow of the election, and 6 weeks ago, and that there were almost 1,500 people who expressed that they liked the idea of me being involved with the town, and I hope that weighs with the decision making, that we have a very recent temperature of the town, and a lot of people would like to see me more involved, and this is a great start for that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we're going to just go on with the rest of the interviews, and then we'll get public comment, and then we'll make a selection later. So hang on, it'll take a little bit. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you bring in the next interviewee, which would be Ruth Todd for the Measure F Oversight Committee?
Yes, I will. And I think because we have so many people, it might make sense that when, if I could, Joe, do you mind if I remove you from the screen, basically?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, otherwise it's a little awkward. That's how we do it in person. We only have one person come up.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Finding our way.
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
And I am not seeing where I can do that. Oh, thank you.
We're seeing Ruth. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
All right, we're hearing Ruth. Good evening.
Good. So you can see and hear me, I hope?
That's right.
Okay, great.
We usually do begin with you just having a chance to make a little statement of your own. So thank you for applying.
Okay, yeah, great. Well, I'm pleased to apply. I feel like this is just putting a baby step in the water of public service in Fairfax. I don't have a long history of public involvement here, although I have a professional career that has dealt with city governments and budgets in business and on campuses that are like towns. And so this is my desire to give back to my community. I've been working remotely here in Fairfax up above Deer Park on Hillside Drive since March 13th, and it's allowed me to actually spend a lot more time in Fairfax than and saved me commute to San Francisco, which I've been doing for 20 years. And so I've kind of looked around a little bit more closely and have been wondering how decisions get made, how priorities are set, how the town works. And I just would like to feel like I'm giving back to my community. I'm an architect and an urban design planner with sort of 3 phases to my career. The first was as an architect providing free design services to downtowns that we're trying to revitalize. And then I spent a dozen years commuting from here to Stanford University, where I was the associate university architect working on capital projects and master plans to design the campus. And we set priorities using capital projects were assessed infrastructure funds that then helped us to develop the connectivity between the campus from infrastructure and systems and landscapes that connected the gaps that the capital projects didn't connect. And so I'm interested in understanding how the Measure F funds that may have limited opportunity, but I'm interested in knowing how the funds in the different buckets of money might be able to leverage other improvements or priorities for the town. And then currently I'm the president and a principal of Page and Turnbull. We're a preservation architecture and planning firm, almost 50-year-old architecture firm in San Francisco that does a lot of work with entitlements and urban design and historic preservation projects. And so I am interested in Measure F because I think it helps me get to know you all better and how the town works without joining a committee that is a little too similar to what I do on a daily basis. So that's why I'm here, to try to give back.
All right. Well, thank you. Would a council member like to ask a question?
Excuse me.
Renee.
Great. Ruth, thank you so much. You have a very interesting life. What I was wondering is, of the buckets that Measure F has been passed in order to fill, which of those buckets is sort of the most enticing to you, or what draws you to this particular committee in terms of the content and what we do in the town?
Okay, well, I think that it's interesting. I mean, the 5 buckets go to very important services, and I'm interested in knowing how they get allocated and what the conversations are about, sort of, you know, which funds get which percentage of the what, 700 and something $1,000. And so I'm interested in the wildlife prevention and some of the trails and the actions that influence the built and the natural environment. I'm interested in the youth and the senior programs because I really don't know that much about what is offered here. And then of course I'm interested in the public works and the opportunity to leverage any kind of project that might be assigned to public works that might be able to enhance the character or the quality of the visual environment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there another question from, yes, Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, hi Ruth, thank you for stepping up. Just one thing, I just want to maybe clarify, since I ran the campaign for Measure F, this is about the way the monies are allocated. It's not about the specifics of the projects. It's either police, fire, wildfire prevention, of which actually we have a pretty broad authority now in the county, and a small bit for youth and senior programs and for the trails. So I'm just, is that clear that this is about money allocation? It's not about specifics of the projects. Is that still of interest to you?
It is of interest to me because I'm trying to figure out how things work around here and how decisions get made. And so the way I looked at the budget, I liked the way, I mean, I didn't look at all 200 pages of it for the city budget, but I liked the different departments or the allocations talked about what the accomplishments were and what the goals and objectives for the next year are. And I have assumed that those goals and objectives are part of the conversation about how that money gets allocated. It wasn't clear to me that each of these 5 departments get an X percent, you know, allocation standard. I thought that there would be the opportunity to understand how that money was supposed to be used.
Okay, well, you know, we haven't met yet this year, and stay tuned if you're selected. So thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Well, thank you. If you have any very brief closing words, we'll move on to our next applicant. Ruth.
Just my closing words was this was my way to get my toe in the water of public involvement. And if there are more appropriate candidates for this position, which I thought had been vacant for a good long time, I'm happy to, withdraw from being considered. It's not, it's more about me feeling like giving back than something that I really want to get out of.
Thank you. And we really do appreciate your interest in getting involved. This is a great
Sure.
community to be involved in. Thank you very much.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Madam Clerk, if we could bring Cindy Swift in with full motion video.
Yes, I have Cindy
Third applicant.
unmuted, and I wanted to ask Cindy if she was comfortable with being on screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then here you come. Just takes a minute sometimes. But I'm not seeing you, Cindy.
There you're unmuted.
You just need to start your video. There, great, thank you.
There we go. Haven't seen you in a while.
I know. Hi, Bruce.
Hi, Cindy. All right. If you'd like to start out with whatever statement you'd like to make about what brought you to applying for the Measure F Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Okay. So Measure F was passed with 81% of the vote, and that's despite it being an 11-year tax versus the prior measure, which was only 5 years, and despite the fact that it is increasing the tax. The prior measure was passed, I think, with maybe 72% of the vote. And I think it's very important that the community has confidence in the fact that what they voted for and what their tax money is going to is what they voted for. And I think Citizens Oversight Committee that monitors the revenue coming in and the expenditures is one way that provides the community that confidence and transparency. I've had experience and with monitoring income and expenditures of a nonprofit to make sure that those expenditures are the appropriate expenditures for that nonprofit. And I'd like to participate in that process for the Measure F as well.
Okay. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the original concept of the measure. At that time, it was not F, but the Oversight Committee was, as you stated, to just make sure that the money that was in those buckets stayed in those buckets. So are there council members who would like to ask Cindy a few questions? Two, I'd say, in particular. Barbara.
Nobody else is raising their hand. I'll go ahead. So Cindy, I think you also, I'm not sure what nonprofit you were speaking of, but I know you're part of Friends of the Library, and I think you ran the library measures. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on your experience on providing oversight on how those monies were spent, unless I'm misunderstanding.
No, I'm on the board of the Friends of the Marin County Library and have been on that board as president and treasurer for several years. I'm currently just a board member and don't have an executive position with that. And I did was on the committee to run the county library funding measure the last round. So you're correct.
So I guess what you were saying is in the past, you were the treasurer, and so you had a lot of hands-on experience with the monies in the Friends of the Library for the county, right? Am I
Correct.
misunderstanding you?
No,
Okay,
that's correct.
you. Thank you very much.
If other council members have a question, go ahead. Otherwise, I can decide we have a question. Renee, would you like to? Go ahead. Go ahead. You look like you have a question.
I actually don't have a question. So I'm going to pass it on to someone who might.
Well,
I can say thank you for stepping up. And then when we talk more, I'll be able to express my thoughts. But thank you, Cindy, for all the service you do.
Bruce, didn't you have a question?
Thank you indeed. I just had a very simple question, which is that noting that that Cindy, you are on the Planning Commission, and thank you so much for that, because that is a substantial amount of work for those of us who have served in that capacity. So I'm just wondering, just wanting to make sure that you've got the bandwidth to handle both of those tasks. Measure F committee hasn't met very much, but with new applicants, maybe they will.
No, that'd be great.
Okay, no problems there. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And we will, as we've said, we will be interviewing the applicants for 2 other committees, then taking public comment, and then we'll deliberate on making a choice.
Thank you.
Be a difficult choice. Thank you. Good evening for now. So, Madam Clerk, if we can bring in the applicant for the, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. The applicant for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Yes, I can do that, Mayor, but I just wanted to say that I made a mistake in the staff report, and his name is Dustin with a D, not Justin. Dustin Liebman.
Yeah, okay. I see that on his application. Good.
And I see him here, and I am enabling you to start your video, Dustin, and show up on this. Oh, there you are.
Hi. Oh, went away. Now you're back. Now you need to unmute.
There we go.
We're all set. Good evening. Thank you for applying. If you would like to, so you're applying for the Parks and Recreation Commission position, and I believe we have 1 vacancy. Is that correct, Michelle, on the Parks and Recreation? Yes, 1 vacancy for an unexpired term.
Yes.
So Dustin, if you'd like to speak for a minute or 2 on what what brings you to apply for this.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to interview. My name is Dustin Liebman. First off, is my sound okay for everybody?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Great. I want to make sure. I'm a Fairfax resident now of 11 and a half years. I have a wife and 3 children, daughter 12 and twin boys who are 9. I have worked in business for the last 20 years along with public service, and so working as a volunteer firefighter in San Francisco and a firefighter for the city of San Jose for a period of time. And I love Fairfax and really just feel like Parks and Rec is an opportunity to be of service to the community, to create and support events between, the arts, music, drama, all different aspects of culture, athletics, and just community connection that helps to foster just a great town that I love living in. So it's just an opportunity for me to be a part of it and to do something instead of going, hey, I'd love to see this. Hey, I'd love to see that. And hopefully be a part of, bringing even more great things to a place I love living and I love raising a family in.
All right. Well, thank you. So, council members, who would like to ask a question of Dustin? Chance.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Dustin.
Evening.
I just had a quick question. In your application, which I appreciate, very covers a lot of different like recreational things, which is great. You mentioned offerings as far as like you want to see the development of new offerings and to create recreational offerings. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on what your vision is for new offerings here in Fairfax.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a few things that, I've thought we could always utilize. I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to create recreation for youth and for actually everybody. I feel like, there's, I've always thought that we could have more space for community health and exercise. I think there's things like that could be there. I think, we have a thriving music culture, but besides the Fairfax Festival, we don't always have a lot of music offerings for people that don't want to be in bars or nightclubs. And I think that there should be opportunities for that to encourage, I think music is such a huge component of the town of Fairfax, to encourage that to exist in a way where it isn't just about people that want to be out in nightlife and is accessible to young, old, and everybody. Things like that. I think that there's opportunities to do more community events like summer movies or summer concert series, things like that, can develop just more connectedness between all the ages and really just bring people together.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, hi, Dustin. I've been excited to ask you this question. If you could dream up your dream event or program for our young people who I know in discussion with you, you feel have not necessarily received the services that we could as a community provide, what would that dream program look like?
Oh, wow. Blank check and infinite battery.
It could be an event. I don't need you to design a program here. Sorry, that wasn't fair.
Yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily one thing. I think it's continuous events that bring out all different kinds of kids and all different kinds of people. Not everybody is an athlete. Not everybody's an artist. Not everybody rides a mountain bike, but there's so many different things that we can do to bring people together. And I think creating events, be it either concerts or opportunities for kids to play music, for, whether it is more centered recreation that is connected between bicycles, which were such an important part of our town, to exercise. I really just think it's about facilitating continuous events that bring everybody together, and you don't know really who shows up because we haven't really seen that yet. There hasn't been that call to, hey, come on out. I think too that the opportunity for some sort of youth center, if you will, where kids can get off of screens and go connect socially in the real world, I think is really valuable. Regardless of what they're into, there's different things there for all of them. I mean, so I just feel like any opportunity that we have, especially coming out of this pandemic, to bring people out and put them together, will just do more to foster the connectedness of this town.
Well, thank you. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned the pandemic, because I've been really hoping that as we exit from the pandemic and can start to see each other, which might be kind of a gradual process. I don't know how that's going to unfold, but I hope that it ends up with us really coming back together and not carrying any residual fear of seeing each other, but really get back together and go for it. So thank you very much. If you have any words to say at the end, I think you've expressed yourself very well, but if you have anything else to say, we'll then move on to the next applicant quickly and then we'll make a decision.
Appreciate the opportunity and hopefully looking forward to an opportunity to serve the community as much as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. All right, so Madam Clerk, we have one more interview, and this would be with an applicant for the volunteer board. So
Yes, that is Sam Silverstein, and I am promoting him up to the screen. And Justin, I'm going to demote you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam, we have visual and audio.
A little ominous, but it's live anyway.
Good evening. All right. So if you could begin by just giving us a few words about what brings you to apply for the volunteer board.
Sure, thank you. I'll answer that question from both directions. Our children are older now and more independent. I'm fortunate to have work I can do from home, and so I have some availability, as they say. And so then the question is what to do with it. And, we've lived in Fairfax for 18 years. I feel like it's a fifth member of our family, I've said. And the mission of the volunteer board is to foster goodwill. And so that is what I would choose to do, to return the favor to Fairfax for everything that we've received over the time that we've lived here.
Okay. Council members, who would like to ask a question? Chance, appropriately.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Good evening, Sam. Thanks for being here and thanks for your interest in the volunteer board. I've seen you at a couple volunteer board meetings, and I'm curious what originally drove you to jump in and start joining some of these volunteer board meetings.
Well, I mean, I think it does coincide with the pandemic and the time that I found on my hands, and it just, I can't even remember the moment, but it just sort of seemed like an obvious place to start or to be for me.
Barbara?
Yes, thank you, Sam, for stepping up. It's fortunately, there's kind of a bright side to the pandemic, where with folks working at home, they're looking for more opportunities to be involved in our town. So that's great. And it's great that you've gone to a few volunteer board meetings, and you know that Chance was recently promoted from the volunteer board to the council. So there's always big shoes to fill. But one of the things I like to ask people that are interested in the volunteer board is, do you have something in mind, perhaps, that you think would be a good volunteer opportunity? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, just if you've been thinking about those kinds of ideas, what sort of excites you, or what do you think might be a cool thing that you might bring to the volunteer board as kind of a new activity, or something you've already heard about that you'd like to be involved in?
Well, it does also, and in meeting folks on the board and attending a couple meetings, there is a focus on trying to meet community needs, which I appreciate. So I think that's part of my answer is whatever ideas I have, I think I would defer to what the town needs and what would foster goodwill primarily. My daughter's a senior at Drake, and it seems to me that there's some gaps to bridge between young adults in this community, and some real pent up energy on their part to try to improve the world that they're going to inherit in all ways, and the community in which they live, and where I see sometimes opportunities. So, for example, just recently there was a presentation to the board from Victory Village, and sort of a woman there who's responsible for sort of the program management, the culture of that community, and it was a revelation to me how many folks are there from outside of our county and outside of our town, and so I immediately raised my hand as is there an opportunity to have high school students as sort of a welcoming committee, or write notes in lieu of being able to actually go to the facility and provide some services and some maybe some support for some folks who are new to town and don't have a big safety net or social structure here. So that that sort of fit the description of something I'm passionate about, which is making sure that young people participate in this town and see themselves as part of the fabric of the community and a community need.
Great. Well, just a quick mention. So I'm on Age Friendly Fairfax et al. And as well. And one of our goals is to do intergenerational work, which we've done some with. So it's not just Victory Village. We have Bennett House that's been here for a number of years behind what was the old Good Earth. And there's even more folks there. And as people age, they tend to get more isolated. So that would be a great thing if, reaching out to them as well. And you can do that through Age Friendly. We're actually meeting this Friday, but just a thought. So I like that idea, and I think that would be great. So thank you very much for stepping up, Sam. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any further questions from council members for Sam? Yeah, Renee.
If I may just take this opportunity to wish Sam happy Hanukkah. It's the second to last night, and every year Sam and his family and my family celebrate Hanukkah together. So I miss seeing you guys, and it's really nice to see you here. Thanks for stepping up.
Next year in Jerusalem.
Yes.
What a pity. All right. Okay. Shall we then, Sam, we're going to take public comment now, and then we'll deliberate on our appointments. But thank you very much. If you have any further words to say, we'll wrap up our interview for the moment.
I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm well aware of the shoes that I've been asked to fill with regards to chance. It's a very popular topic of conversation. So
well, it's got quite a history, the volunteer board. So yeah, it's an amazing committee, and I love that you keep mentioning the core mission to foster goodwill. That's a good mission for a committee.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, if there are not any questions from council members or anything, not to begin deliberating right now, but we'll go to public comment. Are we ready for that? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if we can see whether we have public comment.
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All of these interviewees for the 3 different committees.
Okay. Would you like me to call on the first speaker?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, that is Valerie Hood, followed by Barbara Petty. Oops. Sorry, Valerie. I pushed the wrong button.
How about now? I think we were having a tug of war over the mute button.
Yeah.
Okay, so what were the 3 committees again? It was Park and Rec. What were the other 2?
Measure F.
Measure F.
3 applicants for 2 positions, and Rec and volunteer board.
Volunteer board. Okay. So I really like some of the things that I heard about ideas for kids, because I'm sure seeing that there's a huge need for that in our community. And I live on the creek, and I've been overhearing a lot of conversations about drug use, unhappiness, over, I guess you could call it helicopter parenting, being excluded from groups, from pods and things like that. I just hear lots of stuff all the time. and it makes me really sad. And when I heard that one comment about the kids that are maybe more disenfranchised, I think we have a lot of that, a lot more than we have any idea of. And I love that that was brought up. And I really, one thing I haven't seen our town go forward with is an expansion of community gardens. And I really know that that's a wonderful way for kids to connect. And I don't know if that would have anything to do with Park and Rec or the volunteers, but I'd sure like to see an expansion of that. I've done a lot of that. I've started 3 gardens in 3 schools in this in the Valley and in this community. And I've done a lot of programs in teaching and curriculum, and I know very well what it does for kids just to get out in nature, especially those that a lot of them never really have, actually. I know that the creek walks are really new for a lot of the kids. And I'd really recommend that maybe creek walks start happening again. So I don't know if these are things that any of the applicants are interested in at all, but I just wanted to make those comments just in case they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Michelle?
The next speaker is Barbara Petty, followed by Stephen Keyes.
Okay. Barbara.
Sorry about that. So I just wanted to quickly comment on the Measure F committee. So, you know, as past treasurer for the town, this is a financial oversight committee, and I wanted to recommend my support for Cindy Swift. She's been a member of the community and been involved in the town for quite a while, and she has a really good, solid sense of practicality. So I just wanted to give her my support. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Keyes, followed by, followed by Mimi Newton. Stephen, I unmuted you.
Good, thank you. Hello, folks. Good evening. This past summer, I heard that there was a new guy thinking about running for town council. I finally found out his name was Joe McGarry, and I had no idea about him, had never met him, knew nothing. And then I watched the debates and presentations and stuff, and became very impressed with how much he knew about the town and his thoughtfulness and speaking ability to explain his ideas. In any case, I also was holding signs for Chance down in the parkade, and a lot of cars came by and were honking. I thought they were honking for my sign holding for Chance until I realized that they were all waving at Joe. So he's got a lot of people in town who are big friends. Sorry about that, Chance, but that was an interesting experience. Anyhow, I'm impressed with Joe, and I think that both his professional experience and the way he conducted, well, not necessarily the way he conducted his campaign, but what came out in the discussions he participated in. I'd like to recommend him. But I realize we've got 3 good people running for that position, so you all have a wealth of riches or whatever it is. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
The next speaker after Stephen, I said was Mimi Newton, but she just slipped, but I found you, Mimi. Okay. Mimi Newton, followed by Richard Applebaum. Unmuted,
Hi.
Mimi.
Oh, thank you, Michelle, and good evening, council members. I want to give a really big, heartfelt shout out to everybody who applied for these positions. You know, it's just, I'm so glad we have a website devoted, or a page on the website devoted totally to the vacancies that are out there. And I know it's a tough decision when you have more applicants than there are seats available, when you've got such earnest people willing to give their time and energy to our community, and remind whoever it is that doesn't get chosen for the Measure F Oversight Committee that the Climate Action Committee has vacancies, and the Open Space Committee has vacancies, and these are a great opportunity to really give back. And I also wanted to give a personal recommendation for Cindy, because I do work with her on the Planning Commission, and I trust that she will ensure that what the voters, voted for under Measure F is where the money goes. And I think that was the primary reason behind creating this Measure F Oversight Committee. But thanks, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Michelle?
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum, followed by Deborah Benson.
Okay.
Richard, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So I only really have comment for the Measure F Oversight Committee, and I oppose anyone who has been on the Planning Commission or Town Council or staff serving in this post if they've been on that in the last 3 years. So nothing personal against Cindy, but I oppose that. This is the aspects of Measure F have become very politicized around town, and I would like an independent citizen who's not tied to anything with local government on that. I also have gotten to know Joe very well during his campaign, and I believe he is eminently qualified and would do an excellent job, and I support Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Pam Miggs. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. I would echo something that Mimi said. Well, first of all, thank you for everyone who is applying for positions. It makes Fairfax a more vibrant town, the more people who are involved. But echoing Mimi, I think it's important to remember what the voters voted for, what was presented to us on the Measure F. And I would fully support Cindy Swift. It has a comprehensive view of the goings-on in Fairfax. And I think she has a very fair and open mind, non-judgmental. And I'm not sure that could be said of every applicant. So I would fully support her being on this committee. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pam Miggs, followed by Veronica Garretts. Pam, you're unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I want to applaud anyone who signs up for committees or any kind of volunteer work. It makes Fairfax a beautiful town. I want to support Joe McGarry. I think with his experience and the way he's to be open and available, and also how he has sort of a big heart for the town. He's been here forever and a lot of people know him. I also want to say about Richard's comment that I do think that there are some people who get recycled. And I mean, I'm probably one of them, but I hope that you will look at that factor and give people who have a different perspective. But also, Joe has done quite a bit of similar budgets, et cetera, from his job. So he will bring that to the table. And being a youth coach for 7 years, that takes a lot of patience. So I really feel strongly and feel good about asking you to support Joe McGarry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Veronica Garretts, followed by Elias. Veronica, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle. Hi, Council. I will make it quick. I feel aware that in the past 6 or 7 months since I've been very adamantly tuning into town council meetings, that Joe McGarry has been a voice of consistency and of clarity and sound judgment, bringing a lot of time researching policy and statistics and engaging with the community. He's tapped into a lot of the voices of youth within our community, which is an incredible asset to be bringing onto the oversight committee. And so I just want to add my support for him being on the Measure F Oversight Committee. Thanks for your time, everybody.
The next speaker is Elias, followed by Brian Poindexter. Elias, I've unmuted you.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Elias Kirkby. I'm a Fairfax resident. I'm calling in today to voice my support for Joe McGarry for the Measure F Oversight Committee. I've been following Joe McGarry since his campaign began earlier this year, and I've been deeply impressed by his commitment to the Fairfax community and just care for everybody he meets with. He has a very competitive resume when it comes to budgeting, as he spoke about his job at Good Earth. And yeah, he's just a really great guy to be working here in Fairfax. And it would be wonderful to have somebody with fresh ideas, participating in local government. I also just think it's worth pointing out again that he got a significant number of votes from the Fairfax community, nearly 1,500 votes. So I think that having him being part of the Measure F Oversight Committee will be taking into consideration the people's desire to see Joe McGarry as part of our local government.
Thank you, Elias.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brian Poindexter, followed by Jane Richardson Mack. Brian, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Town Council. This is Brian Poindexter. I'm a resident of Fairfax, and I want to keep this very brief. Other folks have mentioned their support for Joe McGarry, and I echo that support. I am particularly in awe of his consistency of showing up across a number of matters. And he just seems to be always involved in town council meetings and with a balanced and usually data-driven approach to the issues that he's bringing to the table. So I think he'll be, with that consistency and data approach, will be a very good addition to the Measure F Oversight Committee, and I wholeheartedly support him for that position. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Jane Richardson Mack, and I see no other speakers after Jane.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me. And I do also salute everybody else who's applying for any committee. It takes time out of your life. It's dedication. It's fun. It's interesting. It's demanding, and it's rewarding. I want to support Cindy Smith. Yeah, she's running. Cindy Swift. Her dedication, her experience, her years of service to the town, I think certainly give credence to her ability to do a good job. I think the fact that what her main reason, it seemed to me that she said, was she wanted to make sure that what the voters voted for is what happens. And I think that's terribly important. It's very nice to have visions and personal ideas about how things should be, but if the voters have voted for something, I think it is mandated, if you're on that committee, to make sure that that's what happens. And so I salute Cindy and all of her efforts and hard work. I know her as a person she's true blue and a real Fairfaxian to the heart and core. Thank you.
Thank you. So it does look like that was the last public comment. Is that correct, Michelle?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council at this point. And how shall we proceed? Let's start by talking about the Measure F Oversight Committee, which we have 3 applicants for and 2 open positions. Any council members begin? Renee?
Yes, I'd like to begin and first express my gratitude to all who have stepped up this evening. Everyone in the public has done the same, and everyone understands the dedication and time and energy, and sometimes the grief you have to take when you serve. So bottom line, thank you, everyone. I'm going to try and keep it very brief. And I think for our Measure F Oversight Committee, the candidates that I would support would be Joe McGarry and Cindy Swift. My feeling is that they come with the real focused budgetary experience that this committee really demands. I think that Cindy's experience as a planning commissioner does not present any kind of a conflict of interest. I appreciate your comment, though, Richard. I definitely spent time considering that in the last 10 minutes. Cindy has proven her fairness and her ability to think objectively and discerningly in these matters. And Joe McGarry, he shows up. He's been interested in this from the start. I think his intentions are excellent. I think the ideas he brings and the lens he has helped us to look through has been incredibly valuable this year. I love to see him taking that step in. Ruth, I'm eternally grateful for what you have just expressed and presented to us, and you're stepping up to want to serve. I thought of so many things that I would love to invite you to join because of your enthusiasm and your experience and your eye for connectivity in our town and our infrastructure. And I have some ideas of those things. So please, no offense to my decisions and not choosing you for appointment, but I know that we will have a long future of opportunities together, and I hope that you will continue on with the opportunities that we have to serve the town. So those are my choices for the evening for the appointees.
Barbara.
Yes. So I want to thank everybody who stepped forward, and I also want to echo something that Mimi Newton has said. There's many opportunities to be involved in this town, and when I was first looking for opportunities, I joined the Open Space Committee, which I served on with Mimi Newton for a number of years and Jane Richardson Mack, and I think it was about 8 years, and it really helped me sort of understand more detail about the town and how it works from that lens. And I think some of these other committees give you a better view of, the town workings from a different lens. Climate Action Committee has still a number of places. Open Space, now that Chance, more shoes to fill on open space, but I think there was already one vacancy, and I think there's another vacancy. So I feel that some of the comments that were talked about people recycled is a little unfair. I think we've had people stepping up in this town that continue to step up, such as Jane Richardson Mack, who's now on the tree committee and has stepped up. Cindy's lived in this town for something like 45 years and stepped up from the start, being one of the original volunteers, I think in the 80s, I could be wrong, maybe the 90s. But Cindy brings to this really an understanding of Measure F, and also really an understanding of how to do these kind of budgets from the government perspective, which, not to negate private experience, but private budgeting is pretty different, and I've done both. So I think I definitely support Cindy for this. I would encourage Ruth to look at other opportunities in town based on what she was discussing. I think there are more opportunities in areas on other committees that would probably be more of a toe in and really getting into things from a different perspective. I support Joe as well because of his budgetary experience. I want to say that Cindy Swift also ran for council twice and got a significant number of votes. A lot of us got a number of votes. And I think that shows that people stepped out and did something which scared us. It scared me, that's for sure. I know Renee and I did it at different times, and I did it 3 times. It's scary, but you also get your name out there. So I think that's great. And I applaud everyone who volunteered for this committee. And my support is for Cindy and Joe. Thank you.
Thank you. Chance.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll make it brief as well, because really my comments echo some of the other comments that have been made. I am going to be supporting Joe and Cindy for the Measure F committee. Couple reasons. One, of course, the budgetary reasons for Joe, and also the fact that he's continuing to show up, and now he's continuing to offer himself in service to the community in new ways. And I really like that sort of initiative. And I think it'll be great to have him as a part of the team here in town. And same with Cindy Swift. She's definitely been involved, and was really delighted to hear about her involvement with other measures in the county and whatnot. So I think it'll be great. I appreciated Barbara Petty's comment about the practical nature as well. I think it's I appreciated that comment as well. And I had one comment to Ruth, which is to echo what Barbara said. When I moved to Fairfax, I joined the Open Space Committee, and little did I know, Open Space, along with Parks and Rec and the volunteers, all participate in the Measure A Oversight Committee, which is another way to see the inner workings of the town and to participate in another county ballot measure that we receive funds for and allocate in different areas. In areas that you actually mentioned in your interview, related to trails and youth services and things like that as well. So that it might be something to look into. There are vacancies on Open Space and on other committees. So definitely encourage you to check out some of those other ones. And thank you, and thank everybody for stepping up and throwing your hat in for this committee.
Thanks, Chance. Stephanie.
Hi. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone who took the time and apply and give yourself to the community. I support Joe. If you look at his application, he actually turned it in back in July. So he's been in pending status for some time, and I think he is ripe for getting more engaged civically here in town, and he obviously has a lot of public support, and I look forward to, I sit on this committee and I'm anxious to get it going. We voted it in over a year ago and we haven't met, so I'm anxious to get that meeting on the calendar. I think he has the skills and experience and the passion to do this work. And I also support Cindy. I think she's got a wealth of experience in town, and I really appreciate that. And I didn't know about her nonprofit work doing some budget work there, so that's great. And I appreciate the public comments in support of her as well this evening. And like Renee, Ruth, I was very, very impressed with your background, and echo what some of my colleagues have shared. We have spots open on the Climate Action Committee, and I too have some ideas for how we can use your skills and expertise. So please don't go away. Thank you.
All right. Well, absolutely. Yes, I will go along with those two recommendations. Those would be mine as well, as the other council members have stated. Joe McGarry has quite a bit of public support for this position, and I'll just echo what other council members have said about his qualifications for this job and his interest in it, and that's much appreciated. Cindy, I have served with on the Planning Commission, and so that's the main connection I've had there. And of course, she's also run for council. I've been impressed, very much impressed with both of those, with Cindy's demeanor and professionalism in both of those. She's organized, detail-oriented, and gets the job done, and really ran an excellent campaign. And look forward to seeing her in this role as well. So Ruth, yes, please stay around, jump in. We're really glad to see you. We're glad to meet you. I was impressed with your application and impressed with talking with you. So thank you. Please find one or more other roles in this town. It's a great town to be involved in. Thank you so much. Okay, so I suppose we would take this to a formal vote.
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay.
As the person who ran Measure F or Measure J before it, I would like to recommend that we appoint Cindy Swift and Joe McGarry to the Measure F Oversight Committee.
I'll second.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote on this. So Councilmember Catrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. And Michelle, that was a motion, Kohler, and second Hellman. Sorry. Okay, thank you all for that. Now we can take a look at the one applicant for one vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Committee from Dustin Liebman, sorry.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not sure if every council member wants to make a comment, but I would like to just speak very strongly in support of Dustin. We've met multiple times. He has excellent ideas. He's ready to fly. I trust that we will see some very cool, creative, new things transpire here in Fairfax. I love the health and youth connection. I love the multi-generational vision that he has. And so I don't know if other council members have something to say, but for the sake of time, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, so I'm going to do that because I know how long our meeting is. I would move to appoint Dustin, I can't remember his last name.
Liebman.
Yes, Liebman to Park and Rec.
Second.
All right. Motion Goddard, second Kohler. And I will take a roll call vote at this point. Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Catrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
And I will vote enthusiastically aye. Congratulations, Dustin, and thank you.
Mayor, you might want to consider Vice Mayor Hellman rather than Councilmember Hellman.
Oh, sorry.
She did get promoted.
Okay.
Well deserved.
I'm going back and forth between very informal and somewhat formal, but with mistakes. Okay. And thirdly, we'll look at an appointment of Sam Silverstein for the volunteer board. Do we want to consider?
Yeah, make a motion to appoint Sam Silverstein to the volunteer board.
I'll second that.
Very good. Motion, Vice Mayor Hellman, and second, Councilmember Catrano. And for a roll call vote, Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
For the record, it's Silverstein, and aye. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Catrano.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well, with Great, thanks. Okay, very good. Okay.
Congratulations, everyone, and thank you.
Indeed. So we now can move on to our consent calendar, which has 3 items on it. Do we have any council member? Well, shall we, yeah, I guess we just, at this point, ask if there are council member questions with regard to, or if anybody wants to pull anything on council from the consent calendar.
Mayor, I would just like to have the opportunity to read the resolution as item number 4.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Would you like me to do that now? Or wait?
Yeah, we'll be taking public comment on items on the consent calendar, but not expecting anyone to pull that item. Why don't you go ahead and read the resolution at this point? Yeah.
Bruce, for the Res J, are we just submitting what Garrett put? Are we doing a verbal update? I thought we talked about a verbal update.
Yeah, the staff report mentions that we might give a verbal update. If you would like to,
I'm fine either way. I just didn't.
Yeah.
If we're just going to vote on the consent calendar, then that would bypass the verbal update. So I wasn't sure how you were handling
the
it.
staff report was pretty complete, Garrett.
Staff report did talk about a verbal report,
Right.
So maybe
So
a couple of minutes.
you can make a verbal report without pulling it from consent. If you're going to discuss it a lot, then I would recommend you pull it from consent. So I think that's fine. At least that's my recommendation if you want to just provide a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just keep it going.
Okay. So, Renee, shall we, you would like to read the proclamation or the resolution, which is item number 4?
Yes, I would.
And then
Thank
we'll
you,
go to
Mayor.
public comment.
So the subject of item number 4 on our agenda is to adopt a resolution opposing hateful acts and all manifestations of white supremacy, racism, and bigotry. You may recall I made a statement at our last council meeting, and I've rewritten this into the form of a resolution for council consideration. Whereas on Tuesday, November 24th, 2020, a 19-year-old male, white male resident of Livermore was recorded placing anti-Semitic stickers with a swastika surrounded by the words "We are everywhere" on public and private property around Fairfax. And whereas the Fairfax Town Council is deeply disturbed by this atrocity, and whereas this was a blatant expression of hate, and we condemn this anti-Semitic incident and all manifestations of white supremacy, racism, and bigotry, and whereas the Nazi swastika remains the most potent symbol of deadly hatred toward Jews, and whereas throughout the incident, the offender repeatedly affirmed Nazi ideologies and expressed Holocaust denial, and whereas this action, while very visible, is but one expression of the racism, prejudice, and xenophobia that has terrorized marginalized communities since the conception of this nation. And whereas we acknowledge the animus expressed towards African Americans, even as the primary target in this case is Fairfax's Jewish residents. And whereas as Fairfax residents, we know the antidote to this hateful act is to come together, to bring awareness to those intolerable offenses, to educate our neighbors about injustice, and to heal. And whereas this incident is a call to action and provides an opportunity for the community to make a long-term commitment to standing up to hate and to reaffirm the town's core values of inclusion, that Jews and all others are safe and welcome in Fairfax. And whereas the Fairfax Town Council formally expresses our gratitude and admiration to Fairfax resident Noah Mohan for courageously calling out these hateful actions, and whereas Noah's quick response and capture of the incident on video reminds us that we are always obligated to speak up and speak out against injustice, however uncomfortable it may be. And whereas the case was forwarded from Fairfax Police Department to the district attorney and is currently being reviewed to determine what, if any, charges will be filed. And whereas Marin County District Attorney Fragoli states, our office takes crimes of hate seriously, as well as our ethical obligation to file criminal charges when we believe we are able to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt. And whereas Town of Fairfax wishes to remain proactive in addressing the concerns of our fellow residents, particularly those of our Jewish community members. And whereas the town formed the Fairfax Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee to provide recommendations on actionable next steps concerning such incidents. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax condemns this anti-Semitic incident and all manifestations of white supremacy, racism, and bigotry. And be it further resolved that we reaffirm the town's core values of inclusion, that Jews and all others are safe and welcome in Fairfax. And that is the resolution.
Need to write in that for consideration. Are we ready to go to public comment on the 3 items on the consent calendar? Okay, go ahead, Michelle, if we can see if there is any public comment. I'm not seeing any.
I don't see any public comment, but there is a slight delay from the
There we go.
webcast. Here they come. Yeah. So I see one right now. Would you like me to call on him?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
That is Chris.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Chris Kenton, Cascade Drive. I just wanted to point out, and I had made this comment on Nextdoor when there was discussion going on, that this is actually a campaign that's going on nationwide. These stickers have shown up in Boise, Idaho. They've shown up in Washington, in Oregon, in Florida, in Virginia. This is a campaign. This is not an isolated incident. And so one thing that I was curious to understand was whether or not the police or town had reached out to the FBI to figure out whether or not there are investigations going on into this as a coordinated, basically a marketing campaign is what's going on. And, you know, this is just speculation, but I'm curious whether or not Fairfax was chosen for a reason. Perhaps the establishment of the equity board, for example, which made the news. So I'm just, you know, in other municipalities in Virginia in particular, they came down much harder, much more quickly on perpetrators that they caught, going after them immediately for vandalism, as well as trying to look at hate crimes. So again, I just wanted to point out that this is not an isolated incident. It's not random. This is something that is going on around the United States and reflects you know, other issues that I won't, you know, don't need to get into. But so I would be curious to have to understand whether or not the town has reached out to the FBI to see whether or not they can participate in more of a coordinated investigation of why Fairfax was targeted and whether or not there might be more coming.
Okay, thank you for those insights, Chris.
I do not see any other hands up, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. And shall we have a motion on the consent calendar?
Can I make a brief comment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Discussion.
I do support the resolution in item 4, I believe it is, because I agree with the overall spirit of it in most of the wording. I do have concerns about a small portion of the text which supports a type of behavior that, in my opinion, could lead to unforeseen circumstances that might endanger persons engaged in the incident or other persons simply in the vicinity. I also have concerns, as former Chief Moran noted in his statement at our last council meeting, that the young man from Livermore has mental health issues. However, because I support the vast majority of the resolution, I'm not seeking amendments, and I also want to commend Councilmember Goddard and town staff for taking the time and effort to prepare the resolution and the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. May I ask, I have a comment as well, Mayor. We don't take action on any kind of public comment, but I wondered if I might request of staff at our next meeting or when possible that we have some kind of a follow-up report. Perhaps PD might look into some of the issues that we just heard from Mr. Kenton, and maybe an update as to where it is with the DA, if that's something that can be revealed. Some kind of a follow-up would be much appreciated.
Yep, I agree. So Garrett, will you make sure that that message gets to our interim police chief? Thank you. Any other council comments or concerns? Okay. Shall we look for a motion to adopt the consent calendar at this point, including the resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent. Oh, I'm sorry, Chance, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote, and beginning with Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Catrano.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Aye.
I will vote aye for the calendar. Okay, thank you. Now, if we're all game to continue here, public hearings, we have item 5, which is regarding adopting a resolution approving a 4.73% rate increase for solid waste services provided by Marin Sanitary Service.
Are we not doing a Res J?
Oh, I thought you were saying you wanted to move on. I misunderstood. Okay.
It's fine, Bruce. I'm just trying to
Go
follow along here.
Just misunderstood. You go ahead. Yeah, this would be.
The report said there would be a 2-minute verbal update, so I'm just trying to follow instructions. Right?
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Okay. I'll make it quick. So the Res J committee hosted a retreat on the 6th. It was excellent. We have formed two subcommittees. It's out of the retreat, some ideation was hosted, and it's looking like there will be a handful of other subcommittees to be determined. So stay tuned for that. But the 2 subcommittees that were formed were and voted on in terms of committee participants were the police subcommittee, and the members who are sitting on that are Veronica Garrett, Mayor Bruce Ackerman, Alexandra Rosen, Patrice Bryan, and Daria Severs. And then we decided to have a short-term subcommittee to develop the mission and vision. And we had our first meeting this week, and we'll have our next meeting on Tuesday to wrap that up, to share with the committee the draft mission and vision for finalization with the greater committee. And that is that subcommittee is the mission and vision is myself, Griselda Hernandez, Amal Jamal, Tayu Niogi, and Veronica Garrett. And so we also voted to have our regular meetings on the first Thursday of the month at 7 p.m. So those are public meetings that will be posted on the website, the Zoom meetings. So the public is obviously welcome and encouraged to join those. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I just misunderstood earlier when you said
That's okay.
move on. I thought you meant not to do a verbal update. Okay, that was much appreciated. And so in the interest of moving forward, let's go on to item 5, which is a public hearing, as I read earlier. Shall we have a staff report on that?
Sure. Before I actually turn it over to Garth Schultz with R3 Consulting, allow me to make some introductory comments. First, R3 Consulting, they're actually the firm that all the communities in the MSS, Marin Sanitary Services service area, actually provides assistance on the rate review. So in addition to us, it's San Anselmo and a group that we call the Marin Franchisers Group, and that consists of San Rafael, Larkspur, Ross, Las Colinas Valley Sanitary District in the county of Marin. So one thing I noticed in the staff report is clarification. It indicated in December 2019, the council approved the second amendment to the agreement with MSS and a rate increase. Actually, it was scheduled for the December 4th meeting, but it actually got continued to January 15th, 2020. And that's the meeting at which the council approved the second amendment and the rate increase that was effective in January 1, 2020. A lot of this stuff Garth's going to go over in more detail. I just want to point out that when we adopted a new methodology, the whole intent was come up with a simplified, streamlined approach. 2/3 of the rate is based on an index, a water, sewer, trash CPI index. Garth will go over that a little bit more. But 1/3 is based on something we refer to as actual projected expenses. And that is something that Garth is also going to focus on. I think the one thing I wanted to remind people is the reason we adopted a new methodology was to avoid that roller coaster effect we were having under the old methodology, where some years we had zero and negatives, and other years we had kind of huge increases. Over that time period, it may have averaged out to about 5% a year, but it just was so much fluctuation. This new methodology hopefully would reduce that fluctuation, provide more stable, predictable rates. And really, if you look at what you approved for January 1, 2020, that was 4.94% using the new methodology. If you had used the old methodology, it would have been much higher at 6.38. This year's methodology comes out with a 4.73, which you can see is less, but more stable, a little less than what you approved in January, a little more stable. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that we did prepare a supplemental staff report that we distributed late this afternoon. And that intent of the supplemental information really was to provide more information on those costs that we refer to projected actual expenses. That represents about 1/3 of our costs. And we thought it was important to provide more information on that, with the bottom line being Fairfax has different actual projected costs than the other communities. Thus, what happens is when you get rate adjustments in those areas, it's going to totally, I think the overall effect, what will happen is our rate increase, whether it's higher or lower, it's just going to be different than the other comparable communities. And one thing to note, those are projections. So what happens is if a projection this year that we have is actually deemed on the actual basis to be lower, that's used for the future projection. And so that affects the methodology, and maybe rates would be lower because of that. But with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Garth for R3 to go through his presentation. And I also need to point out that there are representatives from Marin Sanitary also available. If you have questions for them, I would ask them just to raise their virtual hand, and then Michelle can probably promote them to panelists. I don't know if Marin Sanitary has any prepared remarks, but I do know that they're available for questions and answers. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Garth.
Great, thanks, Garrett. And good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Garth Schultz with R3 Consulting Group, and Garrett teed me up, but we've been working in Marin County on the annual rate adjustment process for the Marin Franchisers Group, as well as for the towns of Fairfax and San Anselmo for the last few years. So I'll cover the methodology. I'll also explain in a bit more detail some of the differences in your rate adjustment compared to the other communities in the 7 MSS service area. Something that's important to note, and if you could go to the next slide, please. So something that's important to note is this is really the first year where all 7 of the communities served by Marin Sanitary Services are on the same methodology, on the same cycle at the same time. And in fact, this is really the first time as a town you're seeing your rate adjustment in comparison to the other communities, because you've typically seen it in isolation. And we'll cover the roller coaster effect a little later on in the presentation. But one of the things that this does provide for is more transparency, consistency across agencies, and in fact, greater equity in terms of the rate changes year to year compared between communities. So this new methodology, Garrett explained, developed for the Marin Franchises Group originally in 2018. They adopted for their 2019 rate adjustment in 2020. This is their third year going into this new methodology. It's your first successive year, with the first year being last year. It is done in blocks. So we have one engagement where we're reviewing the math and the basis of their application from Marin Sanitary Service on behalf of all 7 agencies. And the focus is on the rates that are paid. Prior methodologies really focused on the expenses that were incurred by the company, and so were thus more costly and more detailed, but also resulted in some of the fluctuations that you'll see on later charts. So the outcomes here are more stable rates, more transparent in terms of the basis that makes up those rate adjustments. The majority of the rate being tied to this external market index. Anybody can look it up on the Bureau of Labor Statistics website. It's a CPI for water, sewer, and trash utilities. For this rate application period, that was at 2.91%, and that applies to all of the collection operations compensation for the company, and is the same treatment across all 7 of the agencies. Where rates by agency will differ are on things related to the projected costs of disposing of landfill garbage, processing and marketing of recyclables, processing and composting of organics, which is important and we'll talk to in the next slide, changes in government fees by agencies, and then extraordinary adjustments are allowed in the methodology to account for things that aren't anticipated under the normal rate adjustment year, and there are a couple of those for this year. Next slide. I should note, as a company, we don't work for MSS, we work for you and the other municipal agencies. We work exclusively for government agencies, not for the garbage companies. Okay, so in terms of the factors affecting the rate adjustments for you and the other agencies this year, I mentioned the CPI, that's applied to 60% of the rate. And again, it's applied the same way and the same approach for all agencies. The tipping costs, meaning the cost per ton to dispose of garbage, to process and compost organics, and to market the recyclable materials, is tied to actual tonnages compared between the agencies and the kind of year-over-year trends by agency. And here's where things are important, and it's the reason that your rate adjustment looks a little bit different than the others this year. In Fairfax, the projections for residential green waste tonnages are about an 8% increase going into the 2021 year, whereas for the rest of the Marin Franchises Group agencies, it's less than 0. It's slightly less than 0, not quite a negative 1%. Your business participation in the commercial food energy program, which is the food scraps program that folks are participating in and in fact required to participate in under state law now above certain thresholds, that's projected to increase around 40%, whereas for the rest of the Marin Franchises Group, it's on the order of 6%. And so that's important for a couple of reasons. These are both organics tonnages. We're not talking about landfilled waste. We're talking about materials that are going to be recovered roughly at the same cost of landfilling. And there's increasing generation overall. So Fairfax's projected tonnages are up about 6%, whereas for the rest of the Marin Franchises Group agencies, it's about a 0.6 decline. So one of the things I know might be on your minds is, what's the explanation for the difference? Unfortunately, I'm not prepared to answer that. That's something that can be the subject of future study. It does explain the difference in the rate adjustments that you might see compared to the other agencies, and those are somewhat minimal overall. Council member? You're on mute.
I just thank you for taking my question right. I just wanted to stop you for clarification on that data point that you just shared. So it's the 7.56 projected change for Fairfax, and you said compared to the other townships, they're actually projecting a decline. Is that right?
In tonnages, not in cost. The cost per ton is still going up. So they're still seeing an increase in that line item in the rate application of around 2%, but their tonnages have actually kind of projected to go down. And again, that's the part I can't explain the differences in why yours might be going up and theirs are going down. That would have to be a subject for further investigation.
But it's based on actuals from 2020.
Correct.
And does anybody from MSS have any insight about this? Why would Fairfax be so different?
We have theories and we've discussed it with them. We do think that there is an increased collection of organics in Fairfax, partially because of the success of the fire safe programs. You also have a new Chipper Day program, which is being more widely promoted than in some of the other communities. And you've had a really assertive level of engagement in your business and multifamily community, getting folks to participate in the organics programs, again, as required by state law. So, those are the likely causes. Any further specifics, again, is going to have to be something that would be investigated further and reported out to the council at a later time.
So can I just ask, sorry to interrupt, did you say that was based on 2019 data?
There's a combination. There's 2020 data is used as the basis of the projections with some adjustments to account for the fact that we don't really know what COVID is going to do in terms of long-term tonnage trends.
So it's based on 2020. So
correct.
I would say, just as a rube, that a lot of the reason is we have more people in Fairfax committed to green waste recycling. But I also think there was something in the staff report, and you just mentioned it, about Firewise. So I sit on the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, and we increased the chipper days paying Firewise throughout the county, with the exception of Tiburon and Belvedere, who are not part of Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. So I don't think that is the issue, because everybody increased. We do have more that was Fire Safe Marin. We do have more Firewise communities in Fairfax than anywhere else in the county, and that is where a lot of the chipping went. So I would ask that MSS kind of do something for us to give us kind of a clue if they have an idea in looking at the organics, why. I mean, I just think we're more committed to it potentially. But the other piece is, when you mentioned the commercial being part of the Green Waste program, I understand they pay separately, so we shouldn't be charged for the fact that more commercial are part of the Green Waste program. Is that your understanding?
Well,
Grant?
You're not being charged any of this. This is the customer. This is about an increase in the customer rates to account for changes in the cost of providing their services. So this isn't the town paying directly. This is all relating to the fact that, yes, these are the customer rates that are paying for this material, and those rates are adjusted over the course of time to account for things like increased levels of generation or increased tonnages or changes in tonnages over time. So they are, the commercial businesses are paying directly, and this is about the rates they'll pay for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Barbara, thank you for that comment and question related to the fire JPA and Firewise. I would think, as an input into the model, though, I would think that since all the other communities would probably be projected to have an increase in chipper days and so forth, since they're getting funding to do so. No?
Again, it's not a part of what the financial analysis is intended to do. We're not looking at variable changes in tonnages between communities and the reasons why. That is a subject that can be looked into, but it's not something we can fully explain as to why there's differences in projections between the agencies, other than because it's based on actual usage in the past, that if you're generating more, the projection is that you'll have more compared to those others. So there's something about Fairfax's performance in these organics programs that is somewhat greater than the performance in the other agencies. As to why Fairfax's performance and why Fairfax's tonnage amounts are changing, we're not able to explain yet.
If I may briefly add that the chipper day tonnage that was generated from the MWPA funded chipper days, that did not get accounted for in our Fairfax numbers, in our Fairfax diversions, or I'm sorry, in tonnages. It was only our chipper days where we produced we collected over 100 tons of green waste, and those were the town funded, went to Marin Sanitary as Fairfax tonnage. The chipper days from MWPA were hauled away from here. I do not believe, and maybe we could get this clarified, I did ask this. So that should not make a difference in this situation or going forward.
I think all the chipper days were paid for through MWPA, through Fire Safe Marin, and it may be that we had to front the money, so it's not worth talking about it right now.
Okay.
That's my understanding. So it's like Garth says, we probably need to get more information on it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at tonnage, but yeah, okay, let's look at that for sure.
Okay, perhaps we'll have more information on that later on if we get a chance to speak with someone from MSS. But in any case, it's a good thing if we're sending our green waste where it needs to go, rather than yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, and indicative of, and I think the reason we focus on this in this tipping cost bullet, you do have a portion of the rate that isn't tied to this external index, and it floats in accordance with the amounts of generation of materials, how much folks are disposing of in composting and recycling, and it's subject to what the cost per ton for those materials are. So that's the variable cost component of the rate. And the reason, if you look in our report, that your rate is marginally higher than other communities is because your variable portion is changing, unlike theirs in this year. And that will likely reverse or change or otherwise be adjusted in future years.
Our rate is actually 10 to 23% higher, so it's not marginally higher, just for the record.
There are other elements of the rates that are more directly passed through for government fees. So the town has franchise fees, vehicle impact, and other fees that are just set by the town's agreement. And there's also fees for Zero Waste Marin, which is the Household Hazardous Waste and Solid Waste JPA. That provides for HHW services, the Zero Waste Marin grants that go to towns like Fairfax, schools programs, construction and demolition recycling programs, outreach and education. There is an adjustment in those fees this year as well, and that's due to some subtleties having to do with a large influx of fire tonnage dating back to 2018, which actually changed the fee basis. So that's being accounted for here. And then the minor portion of it for the overall rate in terms of the factors is allowance for earning profit within the company's agreement, and then extraordinary adjustments, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Next slide, please. So getting back to the roller coaster effect, this is what your 17-year trend of rate adjustments has looked like. Overall, your average has been right about the 5% mark, and that's pretty consistent industry-wide, largely due to what is, labor cost increases, benefit cost increases. It's a very largely labor-driven industry, as well as a capital-driven industry. I think if you look to the far right side, the lines for 2020 and 2021, the intention and objective of the methodology in terms of leveling out that roller coaster effect has largely been achieved these last couple of years, as shown here. So we're hopeful that this will be something that continue, but we're pleased with the last couple of years worth of outcomes on that, essentially normalizing it over time. Next slide. This is how you compare to the average of other communities. I think we actually missed a slide somewhere, Garrett. I don't know if there was one that got taken out. I guess not. Okay. So this is how the town compares. You're in the darker green towards the center between the red and the green. Overall, for the residential 30 to 35 gallon cart, which is the most common residential size for the MSS service area, you're slightly below the average of the other communities in Marin County. And with Marin Sands rates in green all on the right-hand side being slightly at or above the average, depending upon which community you are. And again, that will vary both in accordance with different government fees or different tonnages, as we've discussed. I always like to call out the anomalies here. The City of Novato and West Marin, those are agreements that were previously held by the Rado Group, which was then bought out by Recology. So these are Recology's rates now. Some of those are legacy rates. So City of Novato's rates, we do expect some changes in over the course of time. West Marin's rates, in fact, had a pretty significant increase last year, also to normalize for these legacy rates that really truly didn't meet the cost of providing services in those communities. So you remain in Fairfax, somewhat below the average for Marin County, given these communities. Next slide. And I guess that brings us to Q&A. I'll close in establishing the fact that, your rate adjustment this year is the lowest it's been over the course of the last 4 years, and lower than the average has been in the prior 10 to 17 years. So though you have a comparatively somewhat larger increase in comparison to the other communities, overall, and you haven't seen them side by side, in years where you've had a 20 previously, they may have had a 5 or a 6. In years you've had a 0, they've had a 3 or a 4. So it has swung and has not aligned directly with every single community. The objective of the joint rate review approach is to provide that efficiency in reviewing communities' rate adjustments, and the rate application proposal by MSS, cost effectively, efficiently, all at once. The intention is not to have the exact same rate increase across the communities, and so there are some reasons for those varying differences. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Barbara?
Yeah, Garth, I'm not sure if this question's for you or for Garrett. The staff report talks about using this new rate setting methodology. The council approved a 4.94% rate increase effective January 1st, 2020. And then said under the previous methodology, the rate increase would have resulted in a 6.38 increase. Maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I thought the last time we did this was based on R3's analysis, which typically happens. MSS asked for, in the old days, a certain rate. You guys come back with what's recommended, and that works through the Zero Waste Committee. And I thought this is and at that time we approved the new methodology. My recollection was to be used now. So am I incorrect in that? But I didn't think maybe we used part of the new methodology, but I thought we were going on the old process last time.
Garth can correct me, but I went back. When I went back and looked at the staff reports, and the council took action January 15th, 2020, it was clear the specific action was to adopt a new methodology for the 2020 rate, because that resulted in a much lower increase than it would be under the old methodology. So that was the specific action that the council took on January 15th, 2020.
Yeah, correct. That's my understanding as well. Part of it is that you were in negotiations of the extended agreement with MSS at the time, and
Okay.
they had previously come forward with the rate application under the prior methodology. And during the extensive negotiations and in considering the new methodology in that negotiation process, they offered the alternative of the rate adjustments using the new methodology, which provided for that savings.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that. And I had asked for information on why we were higher than the others in MSS. And thank you to Garrett and R3 for providing additional information, which further clarifies that. So thank you for that. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just, if I can just check and make sure that I'm accurate in this statement, but we did receive one question from the public earlier that by email as to why or asking us to consider putting off a rate increase for a while because people are having a hard time with COVID, which is very clear. I just wanted to understand that for one thing, I believe it's a contract that we have, that we do this every year and we follow the methodology that we've agreed upon. And So we really don't have the choice of saying that we'll put off the rate increase. And also just to point out that all businesses, including very definitely Marin Sanitary, are feeling the effects of COVID. So we're all trying to get through this. Stephanie, you had a...
Actually, Bruce, there's something we can do as a town, and I raised this in my discussion on the Zero Waste Committee with Renee, Garrett, and Garth earlier this week, for families that, you know, would struggle with this proposed rate increase. You know, PG&E, the sewer district, and the water district have all offered rebates during or waived fees during the COVID period, and this is something that I believe we should offer as well. So we can come up with something and subsidize our community members who would be eligible, and I think that's something that we can do, and I don't think it would break the bank.
Garth, you had...
But aside from that, I have other comments. Garth, did you want to respond to that?
Well, yeah, it was actually, something must have mistranslated in my slide deck. That was actually one of the bullets. So MSS does already have low income discounts in their rate structure for customers who are eligible for the PG&E program and provide that documentation to them. So that's already built into their rate structure. I'm sorry, it was something we meant to cover in the overall presentation. There you go. Thank you so much, Garrett. So we think we just skipped past it unintentionally. So that is already built into your rate structure. It's something MSS offers throughout their communities. Sorry, Stephanie, I wasn't aware of it when we met last Friday, but it is something we found out since, and it's already in the rates as adopted in prior years, and would be a part of the rates adopted by the council through this action as well. So that is available.
I think the other piece is, along with the low income program, PG&E and MCE have both not waived rates, but they have said they won't turn off anybody's service for not paying. And I think that, at least that's my since I sit on MCE, I'm very familiar with that. And so maybe there's more of the idea that people can qualify for the low income if they fit that, but also if they can't pay the extra for now, that potentially MSS could not turn off their service, but start, sort of a program to have them pay ultimately in the future.
Okay, well, that would be a question for MSS. Thank you. Good. I'm glad we had that discussion. Any other council questions or comments at this point? Stephanie or Renee? Why don't we go to you?
Whoever wants to go first.
Renee? Well, Stephanie, continue.
Yeah, I think so. Garth, we touched a little bit on this. So here's where I'm struggling. There's two different areas of where I'm struggling. One, generally speaking, the year over year fee hikes that we're imposing on our community right now, especially in these economic hard times, it feels particularly insensitive. But when I look at this memo that you've put together, I feel like the numbers should tell a story. And here is why, what substantiates the rate increase for Fairfax. And what I've been provided with, or what we have been provided with, is a lot of rate information and a lot of fee explanations, but I don't see specificity around the Fairfax market and the dynamics of what our usage and our change in usage and what's driving the model to spit out a 4.73% increase, so that I can get behind it and talk to community members and say, this is why. Like, I really can't explain it other than the fact that, we have the right to increase fees, and that's why we're doing it, and that there's some explanation. And thank you, Garrett, for the supplemental staff report today. There's some explanation been provided, but I guess where I'm going with this is, as a consultant, I would really appreciate some consultative data that helps us tell the story to substantiate why we're increasing fees. Is there more costs? Is there, or like, where, if we want to drive changes in behavior with our community, we need the data to substantiate it. And I don't have that. Unless I do.
I'm hearing your comments. I don't have anything to say other than we've provided what we have in terms of an explanation for this year under the engagement with the 7-member agencies. We'll take your comments into consideration for the next time we come forward, but there's nothing further I can offer at this time.
Maybe I could add is, in the analysis, it does show by the categories. And so I think what Garth was showing, if you look at the categories, one is the index, right? That's off.
Are you on the supplemental report, Garrett?
No, it was also in the main staff report. There's a table we actually put into the staff report, and that shows it by the main key categories, right? The categories of the 2/3 and the 1/3, but really there's collector operations. That's the index. That's the 2/3 that Garth says the index is 2.91%. The supplemental, and what Garth was trying to touch on, is the garbage, landfill, and organics processing. That is the area where we had the largest increase. And that discussion is actually based on the projected tonnage. So what we're saying is, for whatever reasons, we have anecdotal reasons, but Fairfax proportionally as a community, I call it per capita, generates more tonnage of probably green waste because for whatever reasons, maybe it has to do with chipper days, maybe it has to do with brush clearing, maybe it has to do with more green, the restaurants are putting in more organics, but the number is what the number is. Our number happens to be a larger proportion of our overall rate. It is higher than other communities on a per capita basis. So that's why Garth was indicating, if our tonnage was the same as other communities on a proportional level, that increase would have gone up, whatever, maybe, I forget what you said, 2% or something, rather than our 7.6%. And thus our rate probably would have dropped down to be under 4. So I think there's an effort there to go through the line items to show what they would be. If you go down the thing, it shows a slight increase on the profit that they're allowed to, and that's based because of the increases in revenue requirements. Recycling costs go up. We do provide explanation of zero waste Marin, which is proportional to all the communities. We all get hit with that. And then the extraordinary items, which is insurance costs and some other things, which everybody had. So this table's intent is to show those key areas, and we were trying to focus on and explain that area of which represents, 25%, well, 25% of the total increase, has the largest variance for the previous year's operation of 7.6%, represents 1% of the 4.73%. But I think what we're trying to say is that's something that's a number that's based on actual data, and there's disposal rates. That's why it's higher, because it's a larger proportion of our costs. The odd thing is, if we're creating more green waste, we're actually doing the right thing. But there's a cost tied to it, unfortunately. We're brush clearing, we're doing more organics. The odd thing is, that's great, but it goes up. I equate it to water. You conserve water, you do whatever you can to conserve water, you're doing great, and what happens? Your rate goes up because there's less money for operations. So all of a sudden the water district looks at it and goes, okay, we're going to change this rate, and this rate. So I think for R3, it wouldn't I don't think it would have been appropriate, Sam, to defend the analysis, but I think I'm pointing out that the numbers are there, and we did make an effort, and definitely R3 did more an effort to show where those numbers are. And I thought that, we tried to explain where they come from. Now, that being said, it could be MSS has some insight to why we have higher tonnage. They just may have that expertise. They may have some numbers that just gives us an idea. Because historically, we just might have always had more tonnage. I have no idea. But with that, I just, I thought it's important that maybe I provide that, because I don't think it would have been appropriate for Garth to really say what I was saying in terms of the analysis.
Thank you.
So can we hear from MSS? Because in the past, Joe and Patty have really talked to us about why costs are increasing. And I think with every business, costs increase over time. And so I know Joe has and Patty have talked about the recycling and the fact that very little can get recycled, et cetera. So can we hear from them?
It looks like Chance has something to say, and Renee, but yeah, I totally agree. If we can bring MSS into the conversation, that would be good. Renee, you were going to go.
Go ahead, Chance. I think Chance had his hand up for a while, but before we went to MSS, I wanted to ask Garth something. So Chance, you go.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple more questions. Thank you, Garth, for the report. A couple questions. I found the supplement to be particularly helpful in getting a side-by-side and seeing those variances broken down, because it seems like only 2.86% of the increase is coming from the consumer price index and our tonnage. And then there's another portion that brings us to this 4.73, which is actually fees, right? It's like $42,060 roughly is coming from fees, like our franchise fee and the zero waste Marin fee. I was wondering if you could speak more to that. Like this is a one-time zero waste fee increase like this, where there's a almost 50% variance, right? So we wouldn't be expecting this with this kind, like with an annual frequency, right? That's the first question I had, and maybe I'll let you answer that, and then I'll ask my next question.
Yes, absolutely. And I must apologize, council members and vice mayor. I had a slide that covered this, and it's somehow not in my slide deck. So I built it and sent it into the slide deck, and for some reason it didn't get saved or whatever. So I do apologize. That is something that had been intended to be shared, and covering exactly this level of detail, what percentage of the rate increase is there overall. So that's when I said I thought one was missing. That's the one that it is. I can't find it anywhere. So first, speaking to the zero waste Marin fees component, that is a one-time large increase. At a zero waste Marin fee setting level, their rates tend to go up, in a normal range, and it's set by the board. Garrett's on the board of zero waste Marin along with the other city and town managers. Their budget increases in moderate ranges, and I don't do their review, so I can't speak to exactly what it is every year. But from the last fiscal year to this fiscal year, it increased by about 6%. But that's then assessed on a per ton level for all tonnages received at various facilities, Redwood Landfill, Marin Sanitary's facilities, and then all of the collection operations throughout the county. And so the per ton rate actually changed pretty significantly, because in the most recent fiscal year, there was a much smaller pool of tons in the overall system compared to prior years. Those prior years were actually artificially inflated because there was an influx of tons from Sonoma County, consistent with the fire cleanup from the Santa Rosa Tubbs fire. So this is essentially, it's accounting for both a one-time large adjustment back to a per ton rate that's more consistent with longer-term tonnage trends in Marin County, and it's accounting for the fact that MSS was undercompensated for that zero waste Marin fee in the last couple of years. So there's a couple one-time adjustment factors moving forward. That is something that will be clarified and simplified moving forward, and we note that in our report, which is to simply tie this figure to the amount set by the zero waste Marin budget on an annual basis. So that is a one-time adjustment.
Great, thanks.
Of that magnitude.
Yeah.
There'll continue to be small adjustments, more in keeping with actual kind of CPI-like trends in the future, unless zero waste Marin adopts increased budget for whatever reason to supplement new programs on a Marin-wide scale. So there are those opportunities in the future too.
And then the other question I had two more. One was about this change in law, AB 1826. I was wondering if you could speak to that a little more. I see that, proportionately, we're all sharing this cost for the new software to help them track these things. What I'm wondering is if when this came into effect or when this is going into effect, and if we will see sort of retroactive, like, we've been good in Fairfax with green waste and yard waste, but will we see regionally or within the service area an increase in other municipalities as they come online, trying to get on top of 1826 as well? And then ultimately in future iterations, the rates might not seem so different because they will also have more tonnage, because they will also have more organics, if they're all trying to keep in line with this new law.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there will be shifts in tonnages in all communities in response to the commercial mandatory organics recycling program, which is AB 1826, and then also for SB 1383, which is new law placing mandatory requirements on all waste generators all over the state to recycle their organics and food scraps and food soiled paper. So the change in law costs for this are just for their Recyclist software program, which is related very much to appropriate tracking and monitoring of those organic waste generators that are covered by the state law now. And so it's a software program that MSS employed. It is shared equitably amongst all the 7-member agencies to help track and monitor, because you, as the town of Fairfax and the other member agencies, actually have a responsibility to report to the state the number of generators that are covered by the law, how many are compliant, how many are non-compliant, and what outreach, education, and notice and treatment has been given to those generators to make sure that they're aware of their obligation to recycle their organic waste and your kind of annual interventions with them. So that software serves that function and that purpose throughout the service area.
Got it. And the second piece of it, that question was like, we're seeing as Councilmember Hellman mentioned, a more dramatic increase in our rate, whereas other places are not, because maybe their tonnage is negative or is constant for the last year. If they're going to be implementing this new law, will we potentially see just less difference between our rates and other rates in future years, potentially? If they're,
Potentially. I mean, there's a lot of other impacts at play with that too, in terms of the makeup of each of the individual communities. How much is commercial? How much is multifamily? How much is single family? COVID shutdowns have really thrown a wrench in the ability to predict those, future that far out. But yes, I mean, theoretically, all other things being the same, as we have, more transition and more capture of those tons, you'll see similar changes in other communities. I think that the thing that's a little unclear is, overall, you seem to have kind of larger generation and a growth in generation of tons in Fairfax. And I think that was my point earlier, not really having a good explanation at this point as to why compared to the other agencies. And that can be a hard thing to know.
Yeah. And my final question is about the, just generally in your experience looking industry-wide at how, rate increases occur across, all the different, residential to commercial to multifamily, et cetera. Is it typical that, when there's a rate increase of 4.73%, that it's spread equally across every user and across every size of trash or waste bin or organics bin? The reason I ask is because it seems like if we're trying to incentivize, people to be more zero waste or to reuse and rethink even, that their waste streams in the first place, there might be additional incentives that we could try to work on with MSS, so that, it's not like it's all spread evenly amongst all users, if you catch my drift.
I do. And so the answer to the first part of your question is yes, it is quite common to have the percentage increase apply equally to all users. But there are opportunities to restructure those rate relationships over time. However, there are some limitations on restructuring it in the way that you've noted. The history of solid waste rate structures in California has typically been this incentive-based pay-as-you-throw, If you have a larger garbage container, you'll pay more than those that have a smaller garbage container. But it's important to remember that the rates are all inclusive of the entire suite of services that residents pay or that residents receive. So, you know, at your home in Fairfax, you'll have your garbage bin, your recycling bin, your green waste bins. You'll receive on-call bulky item pickups a couple times a year. And so the all-inclusive rate covers that entire suite of service, and it just happens to be based on garbage container size. And it's not really for the garbage cost itself. It covers the cost of all of those services combined. And at this point in history, the cost of collecting green waste and disposing of it versus garbage or recycling is virtually identical. There's very little difference across the board. So, you know, you've got this tying it too much to the garbage level and garbage size creates some problems in terms of the financial sustainability of these systems. There are also some limitations under Prop 218, which really have some dictates that if you're going to restructure your rates, you need to restructure rates to be in accordance with the cost of providing service. And providing too much incentive to lower waste generators may not capture the full fixed costs of the system. So just things to be aware of if that were to be a road that town would go down.
That's super helpful. It sounds like similar to what Garrett's example was with the water. So that's actually really fantastic information. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So do we want to hear comments from Marin Sanitary, but we should try to keep this brief because we do have quite an agenda ahead of us. Michelle, would you like to open that up to?
Yes, I'd be happy if you would like Marin Sanitary to.
Yeah.
Okay. So Marin Sanitary?
No.
They should be
There's a phone
appearing.
number.
Anyway.
I don't know who that is, but perhaps we're just going to go into public comment at this point.
I have just, no, here's Marin Sanitary.
Here we go. Okay.
Hoping that you can hear us, and thank you so much for your consideration. We will be very brief. Fire fuel and the food waste to energy program are in fact something that you all should be very proud of and are the contributing.
Excuse me, this is the clerk. Can I suggest that you turn the volume off on your, so that you're not listening to the meeting while you're talking to us? It's creating a feedback loop.
Well, now you've muted yourself, so we won't hear you.
Still muted.
There we go.
There.
Try that. Well, we're not hearing you now. You don't seem to be muted, but we're not hearing you.
Maybe somebody from MSS can call in on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not hearing anything. I don't know if you can hear us at this point, but
if they just keep their video, turn that off on the devices, and then just call in on a phone, that would work.
Okay.
On the agenda, if they have the agenda, which it looks like he's working on.
So I think they need to press *6 to make it unmuted on the phone.
Yeah. And then probably raise their hand so we can find them. We have a new one.
Hey, Michelle. They said they're on the phone, and if you could unmute their phone.
Okay, I can't, does their phone end in 601?
That one was there, but there's a new phone that ends in 411.
Are they nodding?
Being able to communicate.
Is your,
No.
or it's call in user, let's see. If on your phone you press *9, that will raise your hand. So if you've called in and you can hear us on the phone, press *9. Okay.
Mayor, maybe we should open the public
No.
hearing and get to them later.
Maybe that's what we should do. So if Marine Sanitary does get through, Michelle, let's jump to them. But for now, how about if we go ahead with the two? Oh, we have a raised hand on that 411 number.
I'm going to call on them.
Okay.
All right. Now, if that is you, Marin Sanitary, ending in 411, you now need to unmute your device. You can do that by pressing *6, unmuting your phone.
6.
There.
It's not Marin Sanitary, it's Diana Purdue.
No.
Okay.
Diana,
are we
go
opening
ahead.
the public hearing for the, hi, Diana.
Hi.
Bruce, you need to
So
open the public hearing.
I
before
sent
take-
you all a letter today,
Public
and I
hearing.
don't know whether you all read it, so I'm going to go through some items here. And after watching that presentation, it seems your plan is to adopt this rate increase in the amount of 4.73%. But I still object to that. In January, with this new price we'll be paying, the company plans to reduce service in the recycling of their green waste. Some years ago, they received a very large increase that allowed each home an extra 6 cans or sacks of green waste per week. The new plan will allow us to have a second green can, but that's a significant decrease for the ratepayer. This also creates a lot of visual clutter. I don't know if your neighborhood has all the cans that just stay out on the street all day, in and out, all week long. But in our neighborhood, that's the trend. In the past year, the service that we have here has become very slovenly. You work to put the garbage in all its proper places, and you come out in the morning, and cans and paper and orange peels and leaves litter the street, and you have to clean up all over again. The cans being tossed in a haphazard manner, sometimes on top of plants. I think the years that I've been here, 35 of them, has seen generous rate increases on a regular basis. But I think awarding such a staggering amount shows that either Marin Sanitary or the staff is totally out of touch with the plight of the residents. Our salaries and interest rates have dried up. We today got a letter from Social Security, and I wish they had your consultant and his methodology, but the real world doesn't live by projection, and we live by actualities. Most seniors will, if lucky, get a whopping 1.3% increase in our checks this 2021. Last year we had no increase. So I know in Patty Garbarino's profile, she cried over her struggles when the increase of spoiled food arrived at her recycling station after the PG&E blackout of 5 days a year ago, October, but never seemed to recognize that it was all of us residents who had lost all of our food. That was never mentioned. I think this one-way relationship has no place in this year, 2020, nor in 2021, when COVID is strangling us financially. I don't think that you should adopt this methodology. I think you should get together with the other towns that are in this formula and just say it's too much. 5% is what this fellow is saying is going to be the average every year. That's unattainable for people. And you really need to realize that. And they need to realize that. Who in the world gets a 5% raise every year? No business I've ever worked with, but maybe I should have been a garbage man. I don't know. Anyway, that's what I have to say on this topic. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Michelle, let's just continue with the public comment, although I do see Marin Sanitary up there with the raised hand, but we don't know if it'll work.
Mayor, would you like me to call on Marin Sanitary again?
Well, go ahead and try that pretty quickly, but yeah, to see if it works.
Okay. I've unmuted Marin Sanitary. Can you hear us? You just muted yourself. You were unmuted a moment ago. Now you're unmuted. But
we're not.
You might need to turn up your volume.
Okay, let's move on to the next public commenter.
Okay.
Let's see whether we can get back to that.
The next commenter is Veronica Garretts. And you're unmuted.
Thanks again, Michelle. Garth, thank you for your presentation. And I just wanted to quickly pose the question of thinking of rate increases from Marin Sanitary Service, which I'm so grateful for the service that you provide us. I feel excited about the potential and wonder if it's in the future for Marin Sanitary to have an industrial composter. I know that they're quite expensive, but as you consider rate increases and I think of what services might look like as we move forward, I know that the green trash compost bags, for instance, that a lot of folks use in their compost aren't able to be composted in the Marin compost. And would love to have more clarity on that in general for folks in our communities, that those aren't things that can be composted, and would love for more advocacy on behalf of Marin Sanitary Service to be more clear with folks on that, so that there's not a, even farmers at the farmers market last week, for instance, there was somebody who offered me one of those, and I asked them if they had known that those aren't actually compostable in Marin Sanitary Service, and they didn't know that. So just wanted to add that thought into the mix.
Thank you.
Okay.
Michelle?
Yes, the next speaker is Pamela Miggs, followed by Richard Applebaum.
Hello, everybody. Having been on a utility district and a board member, rates are painful. They just are. And at times they are necessary and you just have to do the numbers. But I have a lot of issues with what I've heard tonight so far. I don't hear anything about any creative solutions. In the East Bay, I inherited my mother's little house, and her bill is $90 every 3 months. They alternate their recycling and their green waste, so it's only picked up every other week. I don't know about zero waste and all that, but I just feel like it's kind of like, here's your medicine, take it. And being in COVID and people are suffering and losing their jobs and their businesses, it's just, there's got to be better ways. I would also ask to increase the low income to 25%. The Ross Valley Sanitary District has that, and I think maybe PG&E, that theirs only said 20%. I'd also like to think about, or they think about, or everybody think about, was the tonnage reported correctly? I'm just starting to question so much, and that's not a good thing for the public to start feeling like they don't trust what's being presented, but that's kind of where I'm at. My other issue is about, why isn't there like a 5-year plan? Most budgets have they look at what they need and they project it out for 5 years. So there isn't this kind of, up and down fees or these big fat fees, and it stretches it out so it's not like a shock to residents. And I'm wondering about the zero waste fee, which is a large fee. Maybe that could be spread out instead of one big large fee to decrease the rate. So those are my comments. But again, we have to be able to figure out what is best for the community, and a 4.7 rate increase, it's just not, it doesn't seem right. I just feel like, could there be some more creative discussion? So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Applebaum, followed by Valerie Hood.
Yes. I have a lot of empathy for Diana and a lot of sympathy for Pamela's comments. I'm not really that sophisticated in this area. I have no expertise in waste management and costs and methodologies, and it's difficult for the public. And I think what I would like to express, and I'm going to guess that a lot of other citizens at home or tuning in would feel it. One of the things that we want to be able to, I think, have is get our expectations set. And we need sort of like a layman's translation chart, something that could be circulated or put on the website. And it says, Marin Sanitary's cost went up this much for the gas for the trucks and this much for the pension program for their employees or whatever it is, so that we can see a little bit more of a one-to-one correlation between their costs went up in these ways that we can understand, not in some complicated chart that a consultant has worked out and with all kinds of systems and methods and statewide and countywide and neighboring towns. And it's too much for us. Diana pointed out that, people on fixed incomes and low incomes and exacerbated by COVID, it's very difficult. 4.7 feels like a big number. And then we see a chart and it's up and down, and there's mention of it going down or being 0 1 year. And Pamela's point about having a 5-year vision of it, it's like part of it is having expectations and having some sense that over a 10-year period of time, are we going to be paying twice what we used to pay, 3 times what we used to pay, to have some kind of idea where we are. And of course, we'd all like creative solutions. I'm definitely not the person to offer anything in that area on this topic. But if there would be some way to help us understand how the tonnage is measured and what's gone up, and we're not asking Marin Sanitary to lose money, but what's fair. I'm a big believer in fairness and clarity. So I think that if I'm speaking at all for the public, it's that we would like to be able to sort of understand this in a more one-to-one simplified way. And we'd like to be able to have our expectations set so we can kind of understand where we are and where we're going, because it just feels like everything, whether it's health insurance, all these things. I paid triple what I paid for health insurance 10 years ago. And I don't know if that's reasonable or not. And I don't know, am I going to wake up 10 years, in Fairfax and paying triple what I did for waste? And is that fair and is that justified? So Councilmember Hellman used the word substantiated, and I think for the public, we could just really benefit from seeing a simple, here's how the cost went up, this is sort of how it works, and this is why this is happening, because otherwise it's just scary numbers and we don't really understand it very well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Valerie Hood, followed by a phone-in caller with the last 3 digits of 033. So, Valerie?
Thank you, Michelle. I would have to say I think Pam and Diane made some very cogent observations. I think it'd be really helpful if council, if anyone knows on the council, or maybe in a next meeting, how many other agencies are planning on increasing their rates this year. It would be really nice to put all that together in a package and by how much. So we can think about this all at the same time. We've heard that food prices are going to increase and probably drastically. And for people who live around here, their rents are increasing. And we know the food bank line has been increasing and steadily and dramatically. So this is not a small thing that anybody's contemplating here. And there are people who are talking about this as not ever returning to normal. They call it the Great Reset. And, we're watching businesses fall apart. And fortunately, we do know that at least in LA, they've got a court case to stop some of that. But I just don't see how the towns are going to manage for the people really the way it's going. And the tonnage makes no sense to me. And Garrett's explanation made no sense to me at all. If you compare Fairfax lot sizes, number of people, and I just don't see how there's any way that we compare to other towns or populations. It just doesn't make any sense. So I really think that needs to be looked at again. And in terms of what Pam said, I really agree. I'm not hearing creative solutions. I'm just hearing, like she said, take your medicine. So one thing that I thought of is we could reduce our garbage by composting green waste on our lots and make our own compost. But I've not really seen the town go to any great effort to do that. And it seems like it should be a neighborhood by neighborhood something that happens. There might be someone who would be a community leader who has a lot size who could do something like that. I know Peter Anderson has done something really wonderful on that way. We could have people that give lectures in the small parks that we have. And you could do it, if you do the right stuff, you're not attracting rats and rodents and raccoons, but that is a big stumbling block for a lot of people and they don't understand it. And that's a lot of why, I even see with my neighbors, they are not putting stuff in the green waste, they're putting it in the garbage. I see it all the time. And I don't know why, if they're lazy or what, but I think there's so many things that we could do. Just hauling it out is so stupid. And the truth is, it's not organic when we get it back because we have no idea what's going into that stuff. So, we could be making green organic compost at home. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next speaker is the caller whose number ends in 33. I've unmuted you.
Hi there, this is Patty Garbarino, and I sincerely apologize for the technological failure. And I can assure you that we will be addressing each of the points that have been mentioned and the comments from the council, in addition to those from the public. I want to thank you for your consideration, even though we've gone through quite an evening here with this technology, and let you know that we have had and enjoyed over the last, I've been here 33 years in this job after I left teaching, an extraordinary relationship with Fairfax. It is a phenomenal and unique community. Starting with Gloria Duncan back in the day, when Fairfax was the first and only community in the country to have banned styrofoam. They put together a referendum. They stood up against the guys who came out from Omaha and was going to sue the county's litter control committee. Fairfax put it on the ballot, voted, and it could not be overturned. Hence, you've got that styrofoam ban. One of the main reasons then to carry that forward that you have increased tonnage is because of those extra chipper days. You guys are doing a great job. The green waste diversion, the food waste in the green waste, the food waste to energy project are all significantly more successful in Fairfax because of your commitment than they are in other areas. Our resulting organic compost is tested. It is certified organic. We do return it to the community, and we will look forward to continuing to return that to community. As an aside, I would highly warn against individual composting sites in neighborhoods. There's actually science behind the fact that open air composting actually contributes to greenhouse gas production. The type of composting that happens in Novato at the composting site there is in vessel, and all of the gases are captured. We're all also facing a ban of organic material going into any buried cell at a landfill or done outdoors coming up in the next 14 months. That was referred to earlier as SB 1383. The greenhouse, depending upon the scientists you talk to, greenhouse gas production is 14 to 19% is contributed by that organic material in the landfill. So we want to take it out and treat it very, very effectively and environmentally soundly. I'm joined here tonight by Justin Wilcock, our Director of General Operations here at Marin Sanitary Service, by Jason Raleigh, our CFO, and by my father and hero, Joe Garbarino. We're all available to answer any questions. But let me just go through my list in addressing some of yours still. We are not shutting anyone off for lack of payment. We're proud to say that we do follow the PG&E CARES Act, and we do so because we want to. It's the right thing to do. We also use their bill copy as the verification that somebody qualified. Frankly, we didn't want to have our CSRs being the ones to determine who was low income and not. So someone simply brings in their bill, we don't ask questions, and we offer them that. Again, we have never turned anyone off. We've seen a huge hit in our commercial accounts, as low as they got down 40%. I believe we lost about $1 million in that arena. But the residential accounts, fortunately, through God's grace, have not taken a dip. Again, I will repeat that we have worked very closely over the years with Zero Waste Fairfax. And I believe that's the very foundation for the increase in green waste tonnage and food waste to energy, which we don't quite see elsewhere, but with SB 1383, we are going to see that happen, and we're rolling that program out in other communities. To address 5-year plan, we've got it. We've got a succession plan. We know where we're going. Because of those bans of organic material in the landfill, we're actually studying and putting in a biomass facility here on site. So the wood chips, again, organic material, will stay here, take us off the grid, take material from CMSA, completely taking them off the grid, and we'll be able to sell the energy to Marine Clean Energy. As Mr. Applebaum mentioned, we are all about clarity and education. After each hearing with you, we do put, and Garrett reviews first, information into the bills with complete outlining of what the increase represents in the bills. And we're happy for any kind of input from the public as to what would make that, provide more information to them and be more clear. Once again, I'll just finish. The fruition of your contribution to removing waste from going to the landfill has resulted in Fairfax being one of the most stellar communities in terms of diversion that we service. And again, I'll harken back to the styrofoam ban. That put Fairfax, and I still have a copy of that Time magazine article, on the map. Again, we're available to answer any questions at any time. I would encourage you, my father would encourage you to please come down, tour the site so that you can see exactly how your waste is treated and diverted. Thank you again very much.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. So let's continue with the public comment. I think we have one more anyway. Michelle?
Yes, we have Mallory Geithheim. I'm unmuting you.
And this is actually the public hearing, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You can hear me. So I can understand both sides of this, and I don't know how well or not well the finances are being taken care of at Marin Sanitary. But what I do know is that I have about 3 inches of garbage every week, and I don't need a pickup every week. And I imagine in Fairfax there are many people who don't need a pickup every week, and I'm talking about a little 20-gallon can even. So I was just going to suggest that perhaps there's an option that can cut in half. I don't think on the vacation holds you get that amount off, but I'm not entirely sure about that. And you can only get, maybe 2 or 3 a year. And but if we could cut people who really are conserving in half of the monthly amount, of the 3 monthly amount, then I think that would help a lot of people, and just go every other week for people who can volunteer to want to do that. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's, I think we now have another public comment. So Michelle, continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is Mark Bell's hand is up. Mark, you're unmuted.
Good evening. This has gone on for several years, and last year when their contract came up, I suggested that we put it out to bid, but nobody would do that. We still see lower rates from the company that took over whoever they were in West Marin and Novato. They still have lower rates than we do. I don't know what their other programs are. I don't know how they compare. Why is that? Because nobody would put it out to bid. So now here we are again. This is a 30% increase. This isn't a 4.7% increase. This is 30% increase in, what is it, 14 months? And we're supposed to be happy with that? We've seen these rates jump up, jump up, jump up. Last time, part of the reason that I heard why the council voted for it was because the employees were going to get a raise. Well, I asked several employees, none of them got a raise. I talked to a driver, he said that they're union and they're in the middle of a contract, so they didn't have a raise. I talked to a couple people while I was on hold while they were looking up something. I said, oh, so you're enjoying your raise? And they went, what raise? I said, we were told that you were getting a raise, which is why our rates went up. They didn't. So every year there's going to be some gobbledygook about this and that. We're going to be presented with a bunch of statistics that nobody can figure out. You can twist numbers around and make it sound however you want. But the bottom line is this is about a 30% increase, while some of you have been on the council for all of it. And you don't seem to think there's any problem with it. As a matter of fact, you thank them. Oh, thank you so much for having us, pay an extra 20%. Oh, let's raise it another 5%. Oh, thank you so much. Now our rates have gone up 25% in 13 months. And now, oh, another 5%. Oh, we love you. What for what? If it doesn't go out to bid, how do you know what else is out there? Maybe you'd love somebody else even more, but you never even took the opportunity to do it. If cost of living adjustments are at 1.5%, as other people have said, then they should be able to live with the cost of living adjustment. Why do we have to pay, what, 3 times that, almost 4 times that just for 1 year? And it'll go up again next year because there's going to be some other big bulk expense. We have less cans. We had rates go down 1 year because Fairfax residents didn't take part of a service, didn't take advantage of a service that was being offered. Yes, I know. Didn't take advantage of a service being offered, so we had a decrease. It had nothing to do with the actual rates, it's that we didn't need a service, so we got a decrease. So I think you guys really should look at putting this out to bid, seeing what else is out there. And if you're not going to do that, then at least, you know, give us some sob story about why you can't. That's it.
Okay. If there's no more public comment, Michelle, do you see any more?
There is no more public comment, Mayor, although I do see MSS is still on the line.
Okay. Let's just check with MSS and see if there's anything further that they would like to say and then bring it back. We're closing the public hearing at this point. Yeah. Okay, let's just bring it back to council. Oh, you've got that going, Michelle.
Would you like me to unmute Marin Sanitary, Patty?
Yeah, let's see whether they, I wish we were in a room together and this would be simpler. Yeah.
Yes, I do too. Thank you. I have that sincere wish. I just want to address a couple of things that came up from recent speakers. Unfortunately, moving to every other week is something that goes in violation of Title 14, the California Code of Regulations, and the removal of putrescible waste from residents, anyone with a sink, once a week, every 7 days. So we do have the 20-gallon cans, though, and we did an audit of the 20-gallon cans in Fairfax, and all but 4 of them were chock-a-block full. What happens, though, is that we need to remember we've got a bundled rate. So even if you don't have much waste, and good for you, that's great, it's a wonderful thing. We do supply you with green waste removal service with food waste in it, and with the recyclable diversion program as well. So there are other costs besides just the gray can. Finally, I'll just mention, and I think it was mentioned earlier in the meeting, the Novato and West Marin rates are artificially low. Garth had mentioned that they don't cover the service they provide, and those rates will be going up. Frankly, that service provider lost those contracts because they were also commingling the garbage, the recyclables, the green waste, and throwing them in a landfill in Mendocino County. So shame on them, but that's not what we're all about. If the history of contracts going out to bid, just to finish that off, are that they do go up significantly. There's a major reset then in the rates, and it's far better, honestly, I'm not just saying this because I'm a vested interest, to negotiate and have a third-party rate regulator come in and analyze our costs, have that transparency, and then give you a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to council, and we need to try to address this or continue it if we need to, but we need to move on with the meeting because we have quite an agenda here. So who would like to speak to this? Barbara?
Yeah, well, I think we heard a lot of testimony about folks concerned about a rate increase, and we know it's a very difficult year for everyone. I think all of us pay these increases, even if we're renters. We're paying part of that as part of our monthly payments. I think it's good that MSS finally got on and was able to explain some of the issues. I think one of the issues that got brought up was increasing the low income to 25%. That's based on PG&E's low income program, which is the PUC sets that. And I don't think that we would want to ask MSS to set up a separate program, which again would be more administrative costs. I think they do provide a good service. I think that they have been really leaders in this area of recycling. I've been able to sit on this council for 7 or 8 years and listen to Joe's kind of sage advice about things like when I used to sit there drinking out of my mineral water in glass, and he pointed out that glass bottles are made out of lighter weight now, so they don't get the kind of sales that they did before. I realize this is tough, but I also think with this new methodology, we're on a path where we will see more evening out. And I think Chance brought up some really good points about, I saw the zero waste marin fees go up 13,000. That's huge. And it looks like that's a one-time sort of adjustment. I hope there's no plans to do those kind of adjustments over time, because that's a pretty big job. But I do think we are all sharing on this. I think Mallory's comment about a pickup every other week is interesting, and I think Patty Garbarino pointed out that unfortunately that's in violation of state law. I will also say when I worked at the Air District and one of my jobs was enforcing the wood burning ban, one of the things we would check when people were burning garbage, which is illegal, is to see if they were having garbage pickup. So I do think some folks would be like Mallory and have a small amount of waste if it wasn't against state law. But then there would be folks who might just accumulate a lot of garbage, and then we might see pests or people doing things like potentially burning garbage or those kinds of things. So I realize this is a difficult pill to swallow at this point, but I think it is necessary to go ahead. And I also think that with R3 continuing to give us advice, maybe in the future, in future reports, we could see the actual tonnage amounts, which I read the staff reports and I didn't see that. I know only part of it has to do with tonnage. But I think Stephanie also raised maybe we could have more information on that in a subsequent report about how well we're doing with organic waste. Fairfax has been a leader. I know when I did that climate action scorecard, that ban on styrofoam was back in the 80s. That wasn't 2000. That wasn't 2020. So Fairfax has always been on the forefront on these things, and I think we see that our residents really step up and participate. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, go ahead, Chance.
No, go ahead.
I would like to continue this until we have this specific data that behind our town, behind the rate increase.
Well,
that's my vote.
So just to clarify, Stephanie, are you talking about the tonnage? Because I think we have the other information on the increases. Are you saying that you'd like to see the tonnage? Okay, I just wanted to ask. I wasn't sure.
If I could just give a couple comments to what, because in the supplement, it was my understanding that the tonnage was in there, where they show, between the commercial and residential transfer stations, the yard waste program, and the food to energy program. They break those out with the total final projected tons for 2020, and then the 2021 rate, and then they show what the cost is per ton of those things to get the final amounts for the current year and then the next year, and that's how they they get to these numbers for garbage landfilling and organics processing, is my understanding, and maybe Garrett can correct me, but I believe that information is in the supplement. And the other item I wanted to bring up too, which is why moving to having moved to the index makes a lot of sense to me, and why I'm confused about the I understand the frustrations of the public around a 5% increase, especially after a previous increase in a recent year, or earlier this year. But looking at the chart on page 3 in the staff report, going back to 2005, there are this roller coaster effect with these peaks and valleys where you're having, a 20% increase one year and then nothing, and you think everything's okay, but really there's just backlog, or they have to end up doing what are those called? It's like true ups, or balancing things out after a couple of years, or when they revisit some things, and then all of a sudden there's a massive spike that's more massive than 5%. So it kind of makes sense to me to have something that's, what is it? It's between like 2.5 with a cap at 5% annually as a rate increase, which brings some stability and some certainty to what residents could expect, as opposed to hitting them with a 20% rate increase every 2 or 3 years or 4 years. And I wanted to let the public know, if they haven't seen that chart, that was helpful for me for understanding the logic behind the current protocol or process that's being recommended as far as the rate increases being annual. So those are just a couple things. I had a couple questions for Garrett, which is to Stephanie's point. I don't understand totally a couple items. One is the other fees, and maybe this is for MSS too. I don't understand the other fees item, other agency fees and then it's right below franchise fees on the supplement, attachment B. It's like $77,500 per year. I just was curious what that is, given that, we're talking about concerns around tonnage and things like that. And really the tonnage is like the variance or the increase is like $24,000 or something. It's like 22% of the overall variance between 2020 and 2021. So that was a question. And then, I'll leave it there. But those are a couple comments and observations.
Can I just respond to the data question on tonnage? So it's in there, but I guess what I feel like we're still guessing at is, why are we so much different than our neighbors, for example, in San Anselmo, right? And they're seeing a 3.95% increase. Are we that much different in Chipper Day? Or I mean, we heard from MSS that, yes, we do such a great job, but I didn't really hear any specificity around that. And I would like to see this attachment B that we got in this afternoon's staff report for all of our neighboring communities, so I can really understand how this model spits it out for everybody. And whoever said that we don't have the insight as far as what the other communities what the increases are, ours is the highest. So San Anselmo's is 3.95, Ross is 4.24, Larkspur's 3.84, San Rafael 3.64. So that's why I'm reacting the way I am, is really wanting to dig into this, is what is it what's making us so different? And you need the data on everybody else to kind of do the comparative analysis. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it'd be great to have that attachment B for like everybody to get a sense of tonnage overall.
And so I'm clear, that's what I want going forward to tell the story, because in 2019, we asked everybody to pay a 19% increase, 2020, another 5% increase, and now we're asking them to pay another almost 5% if this goes forward. So
I don't think it was in, we had a 4.94% increase last year.
Yeah.
Right.
4.9% at the beginning of last year.
Right.
19% in 2019.
I don't recall that. Garrett, do you have that information?
Yes, we did.
That's what's on
Yeah.
this graph that shows the rapid, the fluctuation over the years. There's a spike in 2019. And
Well,
it was actually
Okay, thanks for the
2006.
clarification.
Can I make just a couple of comments in response to that? So these the reason that we really spent time working around whether we adopt this new methodology is for exactly this reason. So if you look back, and I know you've all seen it, but if you look back over those years where we look at those spikes, we had 5, then we had 19, then we had 2 years that I've been on council where we had negative. And then adopting this methodology means that 2/3 of this whole process is fixed based on an index which is universally, accepted, this water, sewer, trash index, so that 1/3 that remains is really those actual costs, and those actual costs change radically. So speaking to Richard's point and comment, it would be really nice if we could have something in, a 2-page form that explains exactly how we calculate these things, how it relates to others, and that we could have a 5-year sort of outlook. And I agree with that. In fact, I ask Garth that every year. And then the reality is when you dig into it and you look at the pages of things that we have here and trying to do cost comparisons with the changeable things which are which drastically fluctuate, such as recycling costs, such as just our own tonnage generated in the different pieces of our bundled package. It's almost impossible to put that in a 2-page with all of the variables and all the things that need to be accounted for. So when I look at this, and Stephanie, I hear you saying that the story just doesn't, I want to be told the story. I do see the story in this. I think, especially with that attachment B, even just looking at our own attachment B, it tells the story of time. I understand from what I learned of the 7.6%, 7.6% increase in tonnage, that 61% of that is from residential green waste, and 24% is from our food to energy program. Correct me if I'm wrong, Garrett.
Of the increase.
Of the increase.
Of the increase, yeah.
And so when I look at that, it's to compare that to whether Ross actually had these increases. I have no idea if they generate any green waste. I have no idea if those large houses have their landscapers come and haul that stuff off site and it never even sees Marin Sanitary, or how those things are attributed to our numbers. I do know that we have an extraordinary amount of green waste that comes out because of our veg management programs and chipper days and all that we've already talked about. Food to energy, we should be celebrating that we have that many commercial businesses that are enrolled in food to energy. And what I've seen and learned over time is that no one understands why, if we make less trash, why does it cost us so much and we have to continue to pay rate increases. The reality is that the trucks have to be outfitted in order to deal with all of these different materials and doing real source separation in order to increase our diversion numbers and do the right thing by our zero waste goals. The routes are the same. So even if Mallory makes, one small bag of trash, that truck still has to go by and the impact fees still have to be paid on the road. And it's just complicated. So I hear all the public's concerns. I obviously understand the hardships that everyone is facing, but I also just have to lend my incredible gratitude to Marin Sanitary for sticking it out, increasing and improving their programs year after year. And they've gone through COVID. I don't know if everyone remembers in the beginning, they had an extraordinary number of their employees out with COVID. And that represents not only an emotional cost, but an actual cost to the company. And I think that we've done the right thing by the methodology because those costs are fixed by an index. And we have to deal with the realities of our actual, of the actual costs. And they make sense to me. So I think we can always do better trying to explain things better to the public. I do want to know exactly those tonnage, what that's allocated to. But I'm satisfied with where we are right now, given that I know we can get better with the services that we've been able, that Marin Sanitary has been able to provide to our customers, to our residents, ourselves at this time. So I'm ready and feel confident in the work of R3 and appreciate, as always, the service provided by Marin Sanitary. So that's where I'm at.
So I think everybody has spoken. So I'll weigh in, but briefly. Thank you, Renee, for those comments and all of you. I would say that to Garth, I know I really appreciate, because we face exactly the same thing here on the council. The public sometimes wants us to explain something very simply, and yet without being inaccurate, you can't explain it very simply. It's just got a lot of complexity. So I get that, but anything you could do to be able to have a summary when we come back to this each year, and you do good work. Thank you very much for the work that you do. And you're, as you said, you're working for us. But just to be able to summarize for the public, this is in general what happened this year. And I think what you have said is that in general, one of the main things that happened this year is that we had an exceptional amount of green waste in Fairfax as compared with other towns. All the towns are getting increases, but we're getting more of an increase, and that seems to be because we had a larger amount of green waste, and we're all guessing what that is. I think Renee might have actually, that sounds like one of the more plausible guesses, that here in Fairfax we don't have so many people who are hiring a gardener who will come in and take all the green waste away with them. So that's what we do in our family. We do all of our brush clearing ourselves, and so it goes out to the curb. And maybe that's not the case so much in Ross, for example. And therefore, when people are at home during COVID and doing a lot more work at their houses, maybe it doesn't reflect what goes to Marin Sanitary so much in Ross, for example, as it does here in Fairfax, because here in Fairfax, we do our work ourselves, put it on our curb ourselves, Marin Sanitary picks it up, and there's a lot more green waste. That's just one possible explanation, but we don't know. And if we wait until next month, we still won't know. We just don't know what the behavior pattern is or whatever that caused that large bunch of green waste. But I also heard, and I think we should just repeat this, that the cost of carrying away the green waste seems to be basically comparable with the cost of carrying away the garbage, the landfill waste. And so we should be celebrating, and we should continue, and there's no reason not to continue to do what we're doing of getting the green waste into the green waste can. And that includes our food scraps in the green waste can, get it all in the green waste can, and keep it out of the landfill. That is not what's costing us. It's just the fact that there's a lot of it. If it weren't put in the green waste can, it would still cost us. So that's really bears repeating. I'm not inclined to propose continuing this unless there's a very strong feeling about doing it, because I just think we're gonna have a long discussion when we continue it, and we've discussed it enough at this point. I don't think we have a lot of choice in the matter, and unfortunately, as some of the commenters actually referred to, things are just getting more expensive across the board, and there's a lot of chickens that are coming home to roost, and this is tough times in a lot of ways. This is comparatively reasonable in terms of us having adopted the methodology that we have, so that the fluctuations are not as wild. That's a good thing, and we're getting excellent service. That's a very, very good thing. And we're doing what we need to do about some of the bigger problems we have, such as climate change and keeping our landfill from filling up and so forth. And it is unfortunate that we can't go to a biweekly pickup or twice a week, once every 2 weeks pickup, because that's what we do here. My recycling is not on the curb right now because it's not full yet. So I don't put it on the curb till it's getting closer to full. But I understand that we're not able to legally to say we'll just pick it up every 2 weeks. So I'm inclined to not continue this, and I'd be interested in hearing if there's a motion to go ahead and adopt this, because I don't know what other choice we have. But let's see what motion we have.
I'm actually, if council members are finished speaking, I'm actually ready to make a motion. And
can I make one more comment just for the public? I think one of the things that was really profound for me was that point that Garth was making about changing the rate relations over time, and how there are certain ways we can change the incentive structures for the types of things that Mallory and others have talked about, because they're living lighter on the land. And I think we want to incentivize that type of thing. And we're seeing the structural issues that come up with some of that when we're getting up against the financial stability of some of these businesses like waste haulers, as Garth had mentioned. And I think that's really profound to think about in terms of the systems that we're working in and how we need to try to alter them over the long term. And so I'm really interested in talking more about these rate relations over time and how we can slightly adjust incentives. But again, I want to reiterate what everybody else said. I think there's enough information here for me to feel comfortable with this too. So please, Councilmember Goddard, go ahead with your motion if that's what you're going to do.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving a 4.73% rate increase for solid waste services provided by Marin Sanitary Service to be effective January 1st, 2021.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Michelle, would you go ahead with the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Aye.
Councilmember Goddard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Nay.
Mayor Ackerman. Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry that this was this runs up against the hardships that so many people are feeling.
Bruce, could we have a short break?
Yes, that I would.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes. Let's see, it's 9:54. Let's go back. Garrett, you're suggesting 5? Yeah.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, exactly. Okay. Sound good? Okay, thanks. Okay. We are back and it's 10 o'clock. Chance?
Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask, I know a lot of people on the call were interested in item 9, and I was wondering if there would be any interest in the council moving that item forward so folks don't have to wait potentially another 45 minutes plus to get to that item. But just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, and this is the 10 o'clock point at which it's time to reevaluate this. I would concur that would be, I would expect that that's going to be a discussion. And that, just to clarify, item 9 is a discussion item at this point. It's not an action item. So
I concur that I would support that idea to move that forward. It's really important that we do that first discussion tonight.
Mm-hmm. So
I agree. I would suggest that maybe we consider moving item 10 to the January meeting, and I think we ought to see where we're at after item 9 to decide on item 7, which may require more discussion, as well as item 8. But could we continue item 10 and then see where we are after item 9 about the other 2 items? Is that amenable to people?
we could. I just think number 10 is probably extremely simple. I don't expect it to be controversial, but we could continue.
My Wi-Fi cut out there for a second. I didn't hear what you were saying about number 9. Are we just talking about what the process?
So move item 9 up, and then I had suggested continuing item 10 and then seeing where we are after item 9 for 7 and 8. We could see where we are on all those items after we get through number 9, because we'll probably be at 11:30.
That's what I would guess. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's move my item 9 up right now, not make any other changes, and we'll reevaluate after item 9.
I think you need a motion from Chance to do that.
I'll move that item 9 up on our regular agenda in front of items 7, 8, and 10, and then revisit those after.
A second.
Okay, motion by Chance, second by Renee, and I'll take a roll call vote. Barbara?
Yes.
Stephanie? Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Hellman?
Aye.
Council member, I'm going back and forth here. Council member Goddard, I'll go formal.
Aye.
Council member Catrano?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we've rearranged the agenda to move item 9 forward. And Garrett, would you start with a staff report?
Sure. Item 9 is to begin the process of exploring the concept of renaming Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. So as some background, Fairfax is one of 5 jurisdictions having this discussion about renaming, the concept of renaming Sir Francis Drake. Really, the road actually passes through 5 jurisdictions. So it's Fairfax, San Selmo, Ross, Larkspur, and the county of Marin. What happened was that a working group consisting of the jurisdictions was appointed, and actually 2 representatives from Fairfax to this working group are Mayor Ackerman and Councilmember Goddard to this working group. At that time when you were appointed, it was then Mayor Goddard and then Vice Mayor Ackerman. Anyway, 10 elected officials, part of this working group. They've had a series of public forums. You've had 3 working group meetings. And you may recall at the council's December 2nd meeting, I believe Mayor Ackerman had mentioned that the working group agreed that its members would return to the respective jurisdictions and conduct their own community input process for determining whether or not the community should proceed with the renaming of Sir Francis Drake. You reported we would discuss that, begin that process at this meeting. So that's why this is on the agenda. The working group did ask all the jurisdictions to try to complete its process by March 31st and then report back to the working group in April. So tonight's the beginning. of this process to explore the concept of renaming Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. I do need to note that it's the Boulevard Street we're talking about and not the high school. The high school, that's a completely separate process, as you know, that's taken up by the school district. Some of the things that one other point is I need to point out is that the concept is just, do you want to rename Sir Francis Drake? It's not what the name would be if you decide to rename it. That's a separate multi-jurisdictional process that would happen after the working group gets back together and determines how each community wants to proceed. The working group did compile some information that we did attach to the staff report. I think I just want to point out within that information is we just included the parcels. I believe a resident actually walked Sir Francis Drake and gave us all the addresses. It's true, we knew the parcels would have more, typically a commercial parcel would have more than one just commercial tenant. We knew that residential parcels would probably have more than one resident, so I think that's helpful. Obviously, that's information you're gonna need to move forward. What the base information of the summary kind of indicated was it's not as complicated, or the impacts maybe are more relatively modest than we thought they would be. In terms of cost of the town, you're talking just replacing street signs, maybe that's $2,000. Maybe a share of replacing the freeway signs if we were to do a name change. The Postal Service, one of the biggies, would treat any change of the street name as an address change for 18 months. So they would do that and do the typical thing of notifying people that receive mail, or the people that are sending people mail that live in Sir Francis Drake, they would inform them of the address change. But that being said, the analysis doesn't take into account what that impact would be on businesses to change their signage, any printed materials, any adjustments to vehicles, any signage on residences, the impact to residences, the hassle, the inconvenience to people. That doesn't take into account that. It just try to give some analysis of what the process would take from a municipality type perspective. So with that, again, just to point out, this is just the process of beginning to receive the initial public comment. So that concludes the staff report. I don't know if Mayor or Councilmember Goddard, since you are the representatives from the town to the working group, if you have any additional comments.
If I just might add that it's going to be hard for public comment at this point not to be about yes, you should change the name, and no, you shouldn't, or no, you shouldn't change the name. But I think we've all been tuned in enough to know that this is a matter of great many differences of opinion. So what I'm really hoping, and what I think the working group was hoping to get from our process as we start tonight, is what is our community, Fairfax's way to go through a public process to make a decision about changing the name or not. So does that involve listening session? Does that involve a workshop? Does that, things like that, I would love to hear from the public tonight so that we know our path forward, so that we're on track to be able to come back and deliver our information to the working group. I don't know if that made sense, but we need to hear from the public about how you think a fair process would look for deciding whether we change this name.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I think that's well stated. And I'll just add that within the working group, which was this group that had 2 representatives from each of the jurisdictions, including the county, we had several public, pretty large and pretty lengthy and very interesting public sessions, in which one of them was a listening session, one of them was an educational session in which we learned quite a bit. And these were well attended, and they were also recorded and are available at this time. The library is actually who's been archiving this for us, and so the library has done a great job of helping to organize this and bringing in speakers and archiving it, so you can find all that information. It was actually pretty revealing, and the thinking, just one thing that I'll mention about the thinking of the folks on the working group, is that generally, I think most everybody would prefer, it may not come out this way, but most everybody would prefer if the jurisdictions were to all end up deciding the same thing on this, so that the street that's now called Sir Francis Drake would have the same name going all the way through. That's not necessarily the case. There's no legal requirement why that has to happen. One town could decide to change the name, another town could decide not to. One town could decide to change the name to one thing, another town could decide to change it to another. But we would all be happier if we could end up with the same name of the street. But that's just one thing to add. But as Councilmember Goddard said, this tonight is not the final decision by any means. And in some ways, the focus tonight might be to think about how we proceed in considering this decision. Okay.
Can I just ask one question, Mayor? I thought the town manager, Garrett, mentioned that our job is not to talk about if the name were to be changed, what it would be, that ultimately that would go back to the working group. And so through these next 3 sessions going forward, we would really just hear more about if people want to change the name versus not, as well as what Renee mentioned, more of, is there different methods to get that information? So is that your understanding, Mayor? Because I heard something a little different, so I was just a little confused.
Yeah, except it is correct that the working group was clear that what the working group would like for communities such as ours to do right now is to go through whatever process by the end of March to figure out whether we want to change the name, whether we support changing the name or not, but not to get into what the name ought to be. However, the part that goes back to the working group, well, we go back to the working group will reconvene at that point, but that doesn't mean the working group's going to decide the name. We don't even have a process figured out for how the name would be decided, but I'm sure it would go back to the communities as well in some way. We'll have to figure out how to proceed with that.
Thank you.
But right now, the question is, do we go forward or not? Seem correct, Renee? I'm asking you because you were also on the working group.
Yes, it's not really a question of whether we go forward. We're going forward somehow. It's how we go forward. So
yeah,
no decisions to be made. We want to hear from the public. How do we go forward?
Okay. So are we ready to hear from the public? Okay.
Yes. Are you asking me?
Michelle, may you help us with that process, please?
Okay, I'd be happy to. So we do have people ready to speak. The first speaker is Lauren Brown, followed by Fel Agrelius. So Lauren, you're unmuted.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. This is Lauren Brown. I just want to begin by saying I'm very excited to start this discussion finally in public again. I know that you've been meeting privately, so it's just really wonderful that you guys are taking the time to hear from us. I'm, of course, in favor of the name change. And Renee, thank you for raising the idea of how we're going to collect information. Just a lot of work has been done over the last 8 months, pretty much. Bruce, you mentioned the listening sessions that the library has put on. So I feel like the education is out there for people. Really, I would hate to go back to this back and forth discussion of history with Sir Francis Drake. It caused a lot of trauma for the BIPOC community when we brought up these discussions during the high school 1327 name change. So please, I would strongly encourage you to not have people just call in and dispute history. But instead, I feel like this is just a very amazing opportunity for the town of Fairfax to be committed to an anti-racist policy. and really stand, with high school 1327 and support them in the fact that they have chosen to rename the high school, and just really recognize how ridiculous it would be to have, Sir Francis Drake High School, formerly known as, still be located on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So this is our opportunity to be bold and be the leaders of Marin County. And, Fairfax is known as being very liberal and open-minded. And I just feel like this is an opportunity for us as a community to come together and stand with our values and also support that of the Coast Miwok Tribal Council. There was a wonderful gathering the other day in Bolinas Park about 2 weeks ago, and it was just such a beautiful moment to have the Tribal Council come forth and share their hopes and dreams. And one of those is to have the name change happen. So I just feel like we are so blessed to have the Tribal Council guiding us, and that this is an opportunity to be committed to anti-racism, make a more inclusive community, and stand in solidarity with the Coast Miwok Tribal Council. So, in terms of taking in input and collecting information, myself, I say that we support High School 1327, support the Coast Miwok Tribal Council, and leave it at that. Let's just do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren.
Next speaker is Phil Agrelius, followed by Scott Chapman.
Everybody, can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yes.
So I am in total agreement, honestly, with everything that Lauren just said. I feel really excited about the opportunity for Fairfax to be in solidarity with the Miwok Tribal Council and the high school, and hope that, changing the name is the decision that we end up coming to. I honestly think that in this process, our town can be a model of the values of social justice and really respecting and empowering the voices of those whose land this is, the Coast Miwok, and listening to their calls to rename the street. Teaser trailer for future public comments from me when we, perhaps decide to change the name, is that I really support, naming it after the Miwok and really giving a chance to acknowledge and recognize their wisdom and ownership of this land. I'd love programming through the decision-making process where we can educate Fairfax residents about the Coast Miwok, the impacts of colonization, the importance of, structures, streets, monuments, etc., that reflect our values. And I think that taking guidance from the Miwok during this process will really propel our town into a lot of our values of anti-racism, of environmental justice, and more. I particularly agree with Lauren about her points about how painful it is to hear about people going back and forth disputing history, saying yes, colonization exists, no, it doesn't exist. It's painful for me to hear that happen, and I'm a white person, so I think trying to minimize that burden of disputing history and that back and forth would feel really important to me. And I'm just wondering, how can we every step of the way really uplift and model Indigenous justice in our town, bring those who may not fully understand the traumatic impacts of having such a major street named after a colonizer, into the fold, into this discussion, and into this movement of racial justice in Marin. And then, ultimately, I think that this name change is one initial step in acknowledging a culture shift that's happening in Marin and moving towards accountability to BIPOC. So how can Fairfax really set our town up to be a vanguard of that, which I think is very possible, and use this process to continue to gain inertia for our continued work around racial justice that's symbolized in the name change, and the name change would be a piece of. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Chapman, followed by Richard Applebaum. Scott.
Before I begin, thank you very much. But before I begin, since I'm representing a group, can I have the 5 minutes that's allotted to group presentations?
If try to keep it as brief as you possibly can.
I will.
Too many groups.
It'll be under 5 minutes. But thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Scott Chapman. My maternal grandparents moved to Fairfax during World War II from San Francisco and built the house with the white picket fences on Park Road across from Perry Park. I was born and raised in Fairfax 62 years ago. I represent the No Name Change Coalition that opposes the name change of Sir Francis Drake High School and Boulevard. You may be aware that Drake's Leadership Council, or DLC, conducted 3 polls regarding the name change. The first was of teachers and staff, the second was of parents of students, and the third was just students. The polls were flawed due to leading questions and inadequate sampling. However, the results are relevant as you consider actual public opinion and the decision before you. The poll of teachers and staff were predictably in favor of changing the name, with 81% in favor. The principal made it known early in the process that she was emphatically in favor of a name change, and she decides their teaching positions and performance appraisals. The parent poll included only 445 respondents out of about 2,200 parents. Parents were asked to respond to 6 statements with a range of strongly agree to strongly disagree. The opinions were revealing. 84% of the parents said they were concerned about the cost of implementing the name change. 64% of the parents did not think that the history of the coastal Miwok land should be reflected in the school name. And most important, the majority of the parents, or 54%, actually opposed the name change. Lastly, the DLC polled 42 students out of an enrollment of about 1,200 and claimed this was statistically representative, but in reality, they were woefully underrepresented. According to the Public School Review, Drake has a minority enrollment of 25%, yet the DLC hand-selected 45% of their small sample size to represent students of color. Despite this skewed sampling, 64% of students of color opposed the name change. I'll repeat that, 64% of students of color opposed the name change. Despite overwhelming opposition to the name change in letters from community members to the Marin IJ and opinion articles online and in the paper, as well as their very own polls indicating opposition from parents and students of color, the DLC nevertheless voted to recommend a name change to the Tam Union High School trustees. Not surprisingly, the DLC avoided polling the community taxpayers and alumni. As you evaluate public opinion on renaming Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, please consider the cost, please consider polling widespread community opinion, and consider the facts about Sir Francis Drake himself. Sir Francis Drake has been vilified by some who focus on 2 slave trading voyages he participated in as an apprentice in his early 20s to learn navigation. Appalled by what he saw, he dedicated the rest of his 40-year career freeing over 1,000 slaves held by the Spanish. One escaped slave named Diego was one of Drake's best friends and longest-serving paid shipmates who is featured prominently in profile in the Drake Jewel awarded to Drake by Queen Elizabeth I, which still exists today. That symbol speaks eloquently about Drake's view of equality with Black people, which was very forward-thinking over 400 years ago when slavery was prevalent all over the world. Some criticized Drake as a symbol of colonialism, but he was at Drake's Bay for only 5 weeks to fix his ship, and his entire crew left on very friendly terms with the Miwok people, who made Drake an honorary chief. Some blame him for the decline of Miwok, but it was the Spanish who arrived more than 100 years after Drake who took their land, mistreated, and enslaved the Miwok. At a DLC meeting, local Miwok representatives stated that Drake did not hurt or colonize the Miwok people. A small group of emotional activists who are reacting to the recent racial injustices in the U.S. are looking to eradicate a symbol as reparation. They wrongly see Drake as a symbol of white oppression while ignoring Drake's endorsement of the equality of Black people and Native Americans. Why disrupt the lives of businesses and residents along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard to discredit a man who was among the first to circumnavigate the globe, who was friendly with the Miwoks, and who freed slaves? Yes, Black Lives Matter. Sir Francis Drake recognized this and his actions proved it. Keep the name Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. We encourage you to refer to local historian Dwayne Van Diemen's informative website and the website created by the No Name Change Coalition for more factual information about Sir Francis Drake. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum.
So here's the thing. There are many, many instances on many, many issues that I support a kind of, vote from the community, majority rule, but there are some issues that come up that have a moral component to them. And I'm looking at 3 of our 5 council members that I saw at the Bolinas Park a couple weeks ago at that Coast Miwok gathering. And I know that there's a lot of sensitivity to a lot of issues. And for me, I really don't respond well to Mr. Chapman's remarks, because I don't really care who's got the right version of history and pulling out whatever. It's a name of a street. And there are people that have a reaction today in our community that is similar to when we're here in California observing the resistance of people in the South when they want to remove Confederate statues that honor, Confederate leaders or symbols like that. And there are people that have that same kind of emotional reaction to this street name. And so whether they're the majority or whether there's other permutations of the historical record, it's bothering people. And it's just not that important. Who of us here has a bloodline to Sir Francis Drake and that, we're really that invested in? And I understand for people who've been in the community a long time and have memories and grew up here, and there's things, and we have a resistance to change. Oh, why does everything have to change? And can't we just leave anything alone? But this matters to people. And so this may be one of those cases where I can't go with the let's all vote on it and town vote statistics and 61% this, and it doesn't matter. It's offensive and bothersome to a significant amount of people. And I just really don't understand why we have to dig our heels in and have a fight about a street name. It's a street, and can have lots of names. And, I personally am very supportive of BIPOC sensitivities and indigenous folks. And, that's my personal values, but I just really can't see the other side. I don't know what they're fighting for. And I just feel that if ultimately this comes down to the council's vote, I think you have to think in the same way that it's not appropriate to have a Robert Lee statue or Confederate flag hanging in certain places, that if there are people in our community that feel the same kind of feeling around that type of thing over this street name, it's a no-brainer. Let's change it. It's a street name. And unless the costs are crippling and like 37 businesses are going to go out of business because of a street name, which I doubt is likely, I think that this is a moral thing. And things change, things don't have to stay the same forever. And it's 2020, we're going into 2021, and we're trying to have new sensitivities, and it's important to a lot of people. And so I think it's, this needs to be thought about a little bit differently than just, percentages on a survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Jane Richardson Mack, followed by Michael Ardito. Jane.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you for taking my call. Jane Richardson Mack, 40-year resident of Fairfax. I wish to voice my strong objection to removing the Sir Francis Drake name from any roads, buildings, or anything at all. This knee-jerk action does not take into account the whole man and his entire life. Who among us is without sin? Are good deeds of no account? Is there no consideration of this man's total character and his life's achievements? There seems to be, I'm sorry, but a mass hysteria by vocal groups urging radical change, sometimes unlawful and undemocratic, sometimes demonizing those who are not in compliance. Thankfully, in this matter, There is a discussion so all voices can be heard. I trust the decision makers will in fact listen to all voices. A rational idea would be to add signs saying Miwok Trail, thereby adding to history rather than eradicating it and honoring the Miwok people. Find ways to make a positive change without eradicating history. The financial hardships have not been thoroughly researched. The number of people, both private and commercial, does not appear to be accurate in the agenda packet. The costs of changing so much for so many needs to be vetted. This is not just Fairfax. This is not an urgent matter. Time must be taken to process information. To proceed with such a far-reaching endeavor during a full-blown pandemic is irresponsible, to say the least. Misinformation is being spread, not enough truth. An example, the statue removed from Larkspur was not Sir Francis Drake, but Don Quixote. Hello? To those whose children are frightened by the name Francis Drake, I say, show them how to look behind the rhetoric. Search for truth themselves, not be frightened by popular catchphrases or even authorities who choose to omit inconvenient truths. For instance, Sir Francis Drake's right-hand man, Diego, who was a Black, freed slave held in the absolute highest regard by Drake and decorated by Queen Elizabeth. This isn't mentioned, but this is truth. And this is something that could support Black people and make them not feel afraid, and not be in such an urgent, mania to erase this name of this man. The history of the world is full of people who obliterated history, not to their liking. Please, let us not be among them. There must be room for the light of real justice, which does not erase history, but learns from it. We can do this as a community and as individuals. Please, let us take the time to give this matter careful consideration and hear from the people of Marin County. A vote.
And we need to record.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael Ardito, followed by Jay Deschler. Michael?
Michael.
You're unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. This is Michael Ardito on Pacheco Avenue. The Ardito family has lived in Fairfax for over 100 years. This holiday season, I'd like to shed some light on the genesis of the campaign to rename the boulevard. Back in June, after the tragic death of George Floyd, there was a guest editorial in the New York Times which called the Drake Cross a symbol of white supremacy. That claim is offensive to many members of the Christian and Jewish faith communities as it misrepresents the history of our faith and moral values today. The 1894 Drake's Cross in Golden Gate Park, erected for the World's Fair that year in San Francisco, acknowledged the Christian prayer and worship service held in Marin during Drake's 5-week visit to Marin in the summer of 1579. I will describe that momentarily. Though some now call the 57-foot Drake's Cross a symbol of white supremacy, I believe you will agree that it is not. It commemorates the first Christian service in what is now the West Coast of the U.S., just as the Great Cross in St. Augustine, Florida, commemorates the first Christian worship service in 1566 on the East Coast of the U.S. Jesus was not a white European, but Middle Eastern, as are the Judeo-Christian values, which are foundational to our nation and are globally inclusive. Fairfax council members, when you vote, may I remind you of your oath of office to defend the U.S. Constitution for freedom of religion. In an effort to declare anti-racism, people are inadvertently promoting religious intolerance. Looking at history through our present eyes, rather than in context of the religious fervor of the 16th century Reformation, may give us a warped view. Drake grew up under the guidance of his father, Edmund, an Anglican deacon. Francis was a devout Christian, reading his Bible sometimes several hours a day while sailing. There were religious services at mealtime on the ship. At least one prayer and worship service, led by the expedition's chaplain, Francis Fletcher, was performed for the Miwoks. From the book Francis Drake and the California Indians by Robert Herzer, it's reported that the English prayed, read chapters from the Bible, and along with some musicians, sang some psalms written by King David, which the Miwoks particularly enjoyed. Yes, Drake had many flaws in our present eyes, as do we all. Yet I consider many of his words and his many remarkable achievements as inspirational to this day. For example, his quote, "We ask God to push back the horizons of our hopes and to push into the future in strength, courage, hope, and love. Attempts to erase Drake's history in our county is to persecute the faith community and make hollow our own history. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and happy holidays to everyone." Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Michael.
The next speaker is Jay Deschler, followed by Fred Codoni. You're unmuted.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks.
Open tuish. Yeah, my name is Jason Deschler, and I'm a Coast Miwok of Marin County. I'm one of the 5 of the Coast Miwok Tribal Council of Marin. And I think it's very important to stay focused on the topic here. And the topic is how do we move forward? Because whether people like it or not, history is being changed right now, okay? And let's remind people why this is happening. This is happening because of justice, because of a Black Lives Matter movement. This was not a Coast Miwok movement. We stepped in because we were asked to step in. We have been asked to step in to educate, okay? Now here's education. We are still here, okay? And every one of you Marin County residents, you benefit. You only benefit from our loss. Whatever the issue is, there's no bigger issue than our issue, okay? The county has done nothing to honor my people in any way, but only rename an ancient trail that existed among my people for thousands of years that none of you know about. Why? Because we are not adding to history by changing the name, okay? You have already added to history by changing the name to Drake Boulevard. We had a name for the trail, okay? And we traveled around. The trail skipped through the mountains and it traveled, but it was one continuous trail, and we traveled all around the entire Bay Area. But you will never know that because we're bickering about Drake. But the reality is, to keep Drake, you are keeping a conquering mentality over my people. And let's remind you, you've done nothing to honor my people. And to hear you guys brag about these issues, I've been listening to your meetings since 7 o'clock, your sanitary issues, all these things. And let me remind you something else. My people were mound builders. Do you know why we built those mounds? It was part of sanitation. That was one way we kept sanitation. So all of you that are talking about the green energy and the green waste, I suggest all you people listen to those people and start doing something about it, and stop making so much damn garbage and stop bickering about this stuff. Educate the real history, the real people from which you benefit of our loss. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
The next speaker is Fred Codoni, followed by S. Burns. Fred, I've unmuted you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Fred Codoni. I'm a 4th generation Marinite. My people came here from Switzerland in 1865. I've lived in Marin all my life, for the last 40 years in Fairfax. As the gentleman said, Sir Francis Drake is just a street. I don't care what you name. I really don't. I don't want you to change it. Go ahead. But it's part of an effort to hide our history, hide everything that may offend someone. Look at the Chronicle this morning. 44 schools in San Francisco are subject to being renamed. 9 presidents, governors, congressmen, Dianne Feinstein. They want to get rid of everything. What are we going to do? Are we going to rename everything? Are we going to rename the town of Fairfax because Fort Fairfax had slaves? I had a real long prepared speech here, about 5 minutes, but I think all we need to say is we have to think why we are hiding our history. Are we ashamed of everything we've done? History is history. Hide everything and you still can't change one moment of our history. It's gone. We have to learn from our history, not hide it. We need to spend our money not on stuff like this. Okay, name the damn street, I don't care, but how about all the problems we have, the COVID, the poor, the homeless, the unemployed, the underemployed. Let's spend our time doing that instead of spending hours trying to rename everything. Are we going to get rid of Drake's Beach, Drake's Bay, Drake's Estuary, Drake Roads, all in Marin, the Golden Hind, Nova Albion? Are we going to get rid of John Muir? Where is it going to stop? That's what I asked. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadoni.
The next speaker is S. Burns, followed by Veronica Garretts. S. Burns, you're unmuted.
Yes. Hi, my name is Stephanie Burns. Yeah, I generally believe in people voting on stuff in the community, you know, deciding together. But I also think that definitely the Miwok have, you know, at the beginning of the meeting, there's a Miwok land acknowledgement and basically acknowledging that this, you know, this was Miwok land should include involving them in this discussion. My best friend is Miwok, and her father just gave her the history through her whole life. And he was very adamant that Drake was a bad guy. He would be so thrilled. He died a few years ago, but he'd be so thrilled to have Drake's name erased from Marin. And he and his family grew up in, her grandparents grew up in Olompoli, and Olompoli was their land. So these are the original Marinites. And, you know, I don't want to discount anybody who's from a long-time Marin family, but I just think that the Miwok should be a large part of the equation. And also in terms of process, you know, there's lots of streets. Like probably most of us have lived in a place where a street was renamed to Martin Luther King Boulevard. Army Street in San Francisco was renamed to Cesar Chavez. There must be a process. I mean, San Francisco is huge. How did they do that? Oakland's big, and they renamed Grove Street to Martin Luther King. So it's been done before. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that, you know, for a while people kind of have both names in their heads, and then eventually, you know, and everybody knows what street you're referring to. It's not like people get lost or anything. And I think eventually you switch over. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I really do think that just having Drake, I think it's a blessing for the Miwok that Drake's name is being erased from this county, and that a lot of the sort of anti-Miwok symbols are going. I kind of think the ancestors are behind it all or something, because it's so amazing. And I think there's been a big change since this has come up. The Miwok voice is here. It wasn't here before. And I think a lot of this is not just coincidence. I think Marin is getting back to its pastoral roots, which is what this county is. It's basically nature. Marin is a nature county, and I'm so grateful that it is. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
The next speaker is Veronica Garretts, followed by Valerie Hood. Veronica.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Jason, for taking the time to call in tonight. We're really fortunate to have your voice in this process and hear your frustration that we're taking time to argue about something that, yeah, it sounds like there was a name for this road before we named it what it was. And it seems vital, as many folks have pointed out, that Coast Miwok voices are centered and focused on in gaining perspective from what Fairfax wants to do, specifically around the renaming. So I, in terms of process, wonder, I know that there have been countywide listening sessions, but you know, as Dean and Joe and Jason, all folks, men from the Coast Miwok Tribal Council spoke to us a couple of weeks ago, I wonder if there is an opportunity to welcome them to speak to us in a listening session-esque style, specifically for Fairfax. And I want to also highlight what Lauren and Fel mentioned in the beginning of, as you think of the process, Renee and Bruce, to be sensitive to ways that we can try to make sure that it doesn't become re-traumatizing for folks or turn into something that certainly wanting to let all voices be heard, but at the same time making sure that folks aren't being painful in the way that they're speaking and kind of erasing people's voices as they speak, because that is not what begets justice. So I'm very grateful that you both have signed up to be on that working group. Thank you, Bruce and Renee, for the time and care that you're putting into gathering insight from the public. And I can't wait to continue to be a part of it. Thanks.
The next speaker is Valerie Hood, followed by Deborah Lee. Valerie.
Hi. So I want to really thank Fred Cadoni, and I'd like to thank especially Stephanie Burns. And I wish I'd gotten the guy's name who is a Miwok, and I wish he had been the only one actually to speak tonight. But that's another thing, I guess. I'm getting kind of tired about being preached to by white people that don't seem to have a lot of clue, but I really felt like he did. So Sir Francis Drake Boulevard is the east-west arterial road running from the trailhead from Point Reyes Lighthouse at the end of Point Reyes Peninsula to Interstate 580, just west of the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. It passes through the towns of Inverness, Point Reyes Station, Olema, Lagunitas, Forest Knolls, San Geronimo, Woodacre, Fairfax, San Anselmo, Ross, Kentfield, Green Bay, and Kentfield. I would hope that all the people who are located on that, who will have to change their driver's license, their passports, their tax things, their stuff with their house, there are just so many things that are going to have to change. I hope people will let them know, because this is not a very good time. I mean, you can't even go to DMV right now. It's closed. For instance, try to get a passport. Try to go change your address on your passport and see what it costs. I started looking at the process today. It is a damn big deal. Okay. So at least take into consideration all the people this is actually going to affect, besides, you know, just the basic stuff. And so we sort of came up with our own name. So SF Drake, which is what people usually call it anyway, I think we should change it to serious financial difficulty, because that's actually where we are right now. We are in a very serious financial difficulty. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Lee, followed by Samantha Ramirez. Deborah. Okay, Deborah has disappeared. The next speaker is Samantha Ramirez. You're unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening. I lived in Fairfax for a few months and it was really beautiful and I really enjoyed that. But I want to acknowledge the rightful descendants of people of that land. I stand in solidarity with the Coast Miwok people and I'm a local educator. And I think that it's important that we remember that if our students, if anybody is hurting, we have to listen to that hurt. I think that to not act is to not show BIPOC and Miwok support. I think Marin County right now has an opportunity to show that you care more about people than you do about property. I think that sometimes the white wealthy elites, you don't want to be inconvenienced, but that's really what this is. This is about oppression versus liberation. Do we continue to perpetuate the same things that we know are hurting people? So in regards to that person about changing all of the names and all of those things, it does make a difference to not have to write names of people that have oppressed our community in the previous generations, So I think that it really does matter. And that guy that said, oh, are we going to change everything? Yeah, we should change everything that needs to go so that we can move forward in a more just society. I also want to comment about the people that are in support of keeping the name. They always start off by saying how many years they have in Fairfax, like that makes them some kind of owner over what happens, when the true owners are the Coast Miwok people. So regardless of how many generations your families came, nobody came before the Miwok. I think, changing the addresses and changing all of that for the BIPOCs that would be effective. Yes, I would feel bad for you. But for white people, this is an opportunity for when you're facing that inconvenience, that you also think about how people of color have been hurt literally since the beginning of time. So I think this is an amazing learning opportunity where we really educate people. Yes, we're having to change things because the way that we have been doing things hurts a great majority of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sean, followed by Jane Richardson Mack. Although I think did Jane already speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, that was probably my fault for not removing her from the list. So after Sean will be Dean Hoagland.
It may be John Ramadas on the same phone. So may want to check with them.
That could be.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to pipe in. There seems like there's loosely two groups we can draw around, people who are trying to conserve the past and people who are trying to change it. That debate's not going to be over, but a compromise, a step forward is to actually just switch, do a little shuffle. One major street can be Sir Francis Drake, and it won't be debatable whether he was a bad man or not. Another can be something that the tribe decides on, and that would honor and take away, a minimal thing that they deserve. It would be a very minimal thing, but it would please both parties. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dean Hoagland, followed by Jane Richardson Mack, in case it's John. Dean, you're unmuted.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you again for allowing me to share the space with you tonight. And it's just, I'm grateful. I'm thankful that we're even here to have this dialogue, and some of the things that came to my mind, I want to echo off, what my relative Jason shared too. When we talk about our history, or Marin's history, what history are we speaking of? Are we talking about true history? What does that reflect? I heard, a little bit about Drake, and who knows? Who knows the fact that he was not the first one, the first invader that came to our shores? that came to our land. Why wasn't that person recognized? Right? But again, that's aside from the fact that through history, our people's voice have been erased. Who we are have been erased systematically in all ways. So that's why I said we're making history right now. And so, and that's why I felt like I needed to say something tonight. And I want to encourage you when you consider making whatever changes, really be thoughtful of, sharing a true history of our sacred land here in Marin County. I know one of the community members talked about the cost. Yeah, we can consider that cost too. What did it cost us? It cost my ancestors, our ancestors, their life. Not only their life, but their livelihood. We were forced out. We were subjugated. We were enslaved. So just think about that. Talk about cost. We were promised 80,000 acres of our ancestral land. I come from the Hukukio, Coast Miwok. And all of our land was taken from us. So think about the cost. But we're still here. We still have a history. We still have a connection to the land. We still have our culture. And it's alive. And we're going to move forward. Spirit is guiding us. And that's why we're here sharing this space with you all. So I want to thank you again. I appreciate it, allowing me to share this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jane Richardson Mack, it says.
Hi,
You've unmuted.
this is John Romatis.
Yes.
Hello, Council, and congratulations to Chance and Stephanie and Bruce for being the mayor. There's a lot of, I just want to talk about this. This is heavy duty stuff. And in my life experience, I've traveled our country and I've been on the land of the Navajo and the Hopi. And, it's like land is nobody's really, right? That's what I've learned is we don't own the land. We're just here. And what I'm seeing in this space is there's a lot of pain. This is heavy duty stuff. It's like, this gentleman from the Miwok, and I apologize, I don't remember your names, but this is good. It's a listening session, and we should really have everybody, come to the table and talk about what we want to do. And that's what we're doing. And we need to respect everybody's viewpoint. I don't think it's productive to start blaming, white people or start blaming, this and that and what have you for everybody's doing this and that. But, everybody come to the table and respect each other and respect their ideas. And I think that's the path we should go on. And that's all I kind of have to say about it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Lee, followed by, oh, that's the last speaker too.
For now.
Sorry, Deborah Lee.
Hello, thanks for hearing me. I've gotten kicked off a few times here. I think there's a lot of energy being placed on changing a name of a street, a name of a high school. And I think that that has brought up some really significant, the idea has brought up some significant issues. And I think this is an opportunity to seize the moment. We are not going to change our history. It happened. The name, what's in a name, a rosebud, any other name, So I think that we should seize this moment and open the door to dialogue between the different factions. But there does seem to be kind of a railroad freight train kind of movement that's solely focused on changing a name. And I think that's a mistake. I think there's a lot of wasted energy in that. And I also think a lot of wasted expense. And I would like to quote from a woman who attended the Larkspur Town Council meeting after the statue of Don Quixote was taken down. This is from the August 6th Marin IJ. Rosa Thomas, a Black woman who has lived in Corte Madera for 27 years, said she loves the sculpture, adding the city should return it to its original location and not compete in the woke Olympics. If you really want to help and you really want to fight the injustices in America, work for it, Thomas said. Don't just try, because there are 955 streets named MLK Way nationwide, and we still have what happened to George Floyd. So I think we should take this energy that has been brought up, as Jason or Doug said, the spirit's moving us, and bring some things to light. I'd like to know more about the Miwok history. We are on the Miwok lands. Have conversations instead of wasting time trying to change the names of everything. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, there are two more speakers. The next speaker is Joe McGarry, followed by Jesse Lum. Joe, you're unmuted.
Hi, good evening, Council. Kind of as Val had foreshadowed, this is difficult to listen to, and I'm a white man. It's some of these debates of history and the difficulty, experiencing once again the difficulty that us white people have with centering other voices, and our reluctance to that is, I don't know if I can even put words to it. It's disappointing, and it's just a sign of how much work there still is to do. And so in this instance, I am 100% for the name change, and the sole reason is I'm centering the voices of the Coast Miwok Council who have asked for it. And this was their land, and this is a name that causes trauma. And I just struggle, with understanding how that isn't enough. That we walk this earth, and at that we just are okay with perpetuating institutions and symbols upon people when they're telling us that it causes them trauma. And it's really, really difficult. We still have so much work to do. So Renee, in terms of the discussion of moving forward and how we do it, and it is the listening sessions, and I hope that some folks who are having the difficulty with the rename will attend, and maybe this is the opening to have a moment of grace where we white folks stop doing things that cause trauma. This discussion is going to go on. It's going to continue to be difficult, but boy, I difficult for me. What is that? Thank you to Jason and Dean, and I hear you and I see you, and I want to support you, and to all the BIPOC who called tonight, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Lum, followed by Ziana Monroe. Jesse, you're unmuted.
Hey everyone, thanks for holding this session. I also want to thank all the Coastal Miwok for speaking tonight, and other people of color. I 100% support the name change. It is incredibly symbolic and important that that we go with this. Taking down the statue was I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Incredibly important that we did that, and then changing the name of Sir Francis Drake High School, getting rid of that name. It's hard to really fathom how important it is. So thank you for having this discussion, and yeah, I'm 100% behind it. It's so necessary and overdue. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ziana Monroe, followed by Naomi Alessandra. Ziana, you're unmuted.
Hi, Council. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'll keep it brief since it's late. I want to first thank Jason and Dean for taking your time to speak to the community, even though you have in the past and continue to with grace, and just to center that their voices are the most important. But to respond to what Renee originally posed as the process, I think as far as process goes, we have to center the purpose of this issue, which is, informing the process. We're talking about changing the name because of a recognition of systemic racism. If we're changing the name because of a truly genuine recognition of racism, white supremacy, and colonialism, then we must uplift the needs of the most impacted. As has been said, the Coast Miwok are the original stewards of this land, and changing the name should be a gateway into creating a relationship between this town and the original people. I would advise the council to hold a forum with the Coast Miwok to recognize the name change as a commitment to listening and honoring the Coast Miwok Council, and to move forward with holding a space to hold their voices, needs, and to make further action to support them beyond just the name change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziana.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Alessandra, followed by Mallory Geithheim. Naomi, you're unmuted.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much, Council, and thank you to Jason, Dean, and the other BIPOC folks who have spoken up this evening to share your experiences and thoughts around this. The reality is that in order to create a more equitable future, we need to make an honest accounting of our collective historic missteps and be willing to change for the better. Changing the name of this street does not mean hiding or erasing history. Learning from history is still very possible. In fact, it is even more possible without unquestioningly celebrating and venerating names that are hurtful to others and represent an upholding of colonialist and white supremacist ideals. The reality is that everything changes eventually in one way or another. But none of our efforts here are a waste of time if we are working to change our collective future for the better. I definitely agree with Ziana's comments just now about forming a council or spending some time really listening to what the Miwok have to say about this in order to inform this process moving forward. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mallory Geithheim. You're unmuted, Mallory.
Okay, hi. I just want to say, listening to everybody speaking, there's so much respect here, and it's really wonderful to hear it, the way people are speaking and what their passion is. And there's only one thing that has nothing to do with the subject, but it's frustrating to hear people's voices and not see them. And I'm in music groups and other groups in Zoom where they're like 60 people, and you get a chance to hear and see if people want to be seen. And I was just wondering whether you guys can do this, because I really wanted to find out who the people were that were talking, to see them. And I think it's possible for you to be in your group at the same time and have everybody else on board at Zoom. Can you consider that? Is it possible? That's
Thank
it.
you. Yeah. Okay. So, Michelle, is that the last?
Yes, that was the last speaker. Oh, except Mark Bell just raised his hand.
Mark Bell.
And someone else as well. So the next speaker is Mark Bell, followed by a call in person. Mark, you're unmuted.
Okay, thanks. I didn't grow up in Marin County, though I've lived here for a long time. So as far as my own roots or connection to Drake, it's just from what I learned peripherally in high school, since we didn't really study England. But when I hear people talking that he was here for 5 weeks and we're changing it because of this, that, and the other thing, who were the ones who really destroyed the native cultures in the US, in America? And it was the Spanish. So, I mean, just to play devil's advocate, are we going to start changing all the Spanish names because they were the ones who brought the pest? It was Columbus who, when he landed in the New World after being lost, said, wow, these people will make perfect slaves. And they established a colony for hundreds of years and spread that colony along with disease, along with destroying local cultures, etc. I doubt that Drake himself in 5 weeks had the same type of effect. If you want to look at Drake as a figurehead of this whole thing, okay, fine, but let's be accurate. If you want to look at Drake as being the figurehead of white supremacy, let's be clear, he was here for 5 weeks. It was the Spanish who really destroyed this whole continent as far as the native people are concerned. So let's just be clear on that. The histories that I've seen are pretty diverse. One says, yeah, he was a slave trader. Others say that he wasn't. Okay, fine. Who are you going to choose? Who are you going to go with? Whatever, you make the choice. But I think what the Miwok representative said tonight is really important in the respect of, you start off this meeting with, here we are on unceded Miwok land. Well, that's really nice, but what does that mean to the Miwok? What are we doing for the Miwok? Just this little phrase, this really touchy-feely little phrase, does it make you feel better, warm and cuddly inside? What is it doing for the Miwok people? What is it doing for Miwok tradition? What is it doing for Miwok culture? And I think, as people have brought up, we need to look a lot deeper than just a name change. If you want to change the name, you change the name. It's not my money. I live on Dominga. When you get to the Spanish, then I'm in trouble. Okay? But let's be real. It's the Spanish who caused the problems. It wasn't 5 weeks at Drake. You want to use him as a scapegoat, go ahead. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Thank you. Next is a person on the telephone whose number ends in 411. I have unmuted you. It looks like you have to unmute yourself. You could press star. Oh, you're on.
Hi, this is Diana Perdue. We spoke earlier, and this is another issue that I'm interested in tonight. I have been listening to everyone, and as we've heard, this is definitely, I think, a big deal to change the name of both the school and the boulevard. And it's definitely emotional for both sides, not insignificant in any way. I think Garrett said something about it being sort of an insignificant way to, that it would be insignificant to change I guess he was talking probably about the paperwork, but it isn't insignificant to a lot of people. And I think that Sir Francis Drake, just like everyone, is entitled to a vigorous defense. He lived a life common to those sent out by their countries in search of new lands. It was the mid-1500s. The truth is, he was the first to circumnavigate the globe, a feat for which he was knighted. And one of his stops, being in the area of Drake's Bay, has made him deeply established in our marin history and institutions. I think his association should be permanent. During this time of upheaval and problems in our world, in our time, to hold Sir Francis Drake up as a criminal by linking him to the morals of today instead of those that were practiced and commonly accepted in the 1500s is ludicrous. Some who vilify Sir Francis Drake seem to feel that erasing his name will ease whatever they feel about him. And I don't think that can come about. I think the community will be less without his name on our boulevard and school. I would say look to the country of Georgia for inspiration. When they became independent of the Soviet Union, all the statues of Stalin were removed. He was eliminated. And now, feeling sorrow for that action and realizing how he was a part of their history, and one of them, as from coming from Georgia, the statues are returning to their town squares. So I would say, I don't want Fairfax to be a part of this travesty, but in the same manner, you asked today, what process could you use? And I think it would only be fair for you to let every household in Fairfax have a vote. Then you'd know what everyone really feels. And that's what I have to say tonight. So we'll see how it shakes out. And I hope to come to one of your other meetings on this subject. Good night.
Good night. So, Michelle, is that looks
Yes,
that
that is all. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public comment for this discussion item. We might want to have some of our own thoughts here. I certainly have a lot of them. I don't think I'd be able to express them very coherently, but let's see whether anybody else can be coherent at this point. And then we'll let this rest and we'll come back to it, I'm sure. Anybody want to go first? Chance.
Can I ask a clarifying question, either to Garrett or to the working group members or all of my fellow council members, which is, the recommendation is to receive initial public comment and continue the matter to another meeting. And I'm wondering, does that entail that, we're going to just have where this is going to be agendized in January, and then we're going to, or like, are we trying to come to some conclusion about the process tonight, aside from just continuing the matter?
Well, for myself, I wouldn't say that we have a clear plan for how we're going to resolve this. I think it's pretty clear we're not going to take an action tonight. That's why we didn't agendize it as an action item. But I don't know when we're going to bring it to a close, how long it will take to bring it to a close. So I kind of think of tonight as a listening session. Renee?
Yeah, I respectfully differ from your understanding in that I tried to sort of request this of the public. I realized it was probably harder to comment in the way that I was hoping to get guidance on, and that is that we're not here to decide whether we're changing it or not. We're here to decide how it is we're going to decide whether to go back and say Fairfax wants to change it or not. So from all that I heard tonight, there were only 2 or 3 comments that really said, I think in this process should include a listening session. I think Joe McGarry said potentially many listening sessions. And so what I'm hoping would happen, because if we are working on a timeline, is that if we need to go back to the working group by the end of March and basically say, we've heard from Fairfax, we feel as though there's been a robust and fair process, the Fairfax community is interested in changing the name, or the Fairfax community is not interested in changing the name. We need to start the process of determining that and hearing from the public now in a real setting, as was proposed by several people. Perhaps it's a forum where we center the Miwok and allow it to be a learning session for us. I would recommend that we schedule a learning, listening session. It's not a regular council meeting. It could be a special town council meeting so that we can really hear. I didn't hear a lot of listening going on when the first speaker this evening asked that we not do a sort of history back and forth because it was painful and hurtful. The very next speaker came on and spoke their history. I'm hoping that one thing I heard tonight was we need to hear each other. Someone said we need to share a true history. And my assertion is that we need to hear each other's truths. And so to me, what that means is we need to establish a time and have a real listening session to hear each other's truths about this. And then we need to go from there. I'm not outlining a process. I just don't want to continue something to January 15th, whereby then we schedule a listening session and it's the middle of February and we need to go back in March.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know how all of you guys feel about it. And we just need to have a process that we move forward on.
So Garrett had his hand raised. I suggest that, I think you brought up good points, that I don't think we need to give our thoughts. This was a listening session. And I think the one thing I heard from one member of the public was people have different views and we should respect everyone's different views, even if they're not the view that you have. So Garrett, maybe you could enlighten us to what you see next steps are. I don't believe that bringing this back January 15th or whenever that meeting is a good idea. But I think Renee talked about having another special meeting. So what are your thoughts?
Would it be a meeting that just you and Bruce hosted, or would it be a special council meeting?
Council meeting.
Well, yeah, the idea would be for the public. So yeah, it wouldn't be specific to Renee and I in any way. No, it's all of us. But yeah, I like the idea of a meeting that's focused on this topic and that we try to figure it out, hear each other and figure it out. Garrett, what do you think is the possibility of, in terms of just calendar, being able to figure that out?
So our main
meeting in January, it's a regular meeting in January. We're not going to have a second meeting normally scheduled in January.
So you have your regular meeting on January 20th. So based on your input tonight, and I agree, I don't think the council needs to comment on what everybody said. There's plenty of opportunity for that later. But really the point was, in terms of the next step, it'd be good to know if you're thinking you'd like to have a community listening session, that would be a special meeting. It'd be similar to what you did prior to forming the Reds J. So we would see what dates the council members could meet maybe one of the Wednesdays, maybe that second Wednesday of January, maybe that's Fireboard. Okay, so we probably have to figure out a date that would work, and then
What about a Saturday? In the old days, when we had something kind of big, we would just do it on a Saturday. And that also, I realize a lot of people are working at home, but not everybody is. So if we picked a Saturday and it's really more of something we did a few years ago that ended up being kind of a problem, but the goal was good. Was that workshop on the downtown thing that was fun. But I think something like a Saturday where we don't have to have as formal as what we're doing here. It's really just listening, and we're not giving feedback, we're just listening.
So listening, no moderator, no speakers or anything, really the format of a community listening session where everyone gets a certain amount of time.
And I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, maybe other folks want that. I'm just saying we heard a lot tonight. We maybe didn't hear enough. Maybe there is something more to that. And I would defer to our folks on this working group.
Well, I think we can, I don't know, just my 2 cents is I think we do want the Coast Miwok session, right? Information session or learning session, however you want to say it. So I don't know if you couple that with a listening session or you want to schedule 2 different things. But the way we did the BIPOC listening session or the input session that we did this summer prior to Res J forming, it wasn't moderated or facilitated or anything. It was just, and it was
an extended.
We could model it very similarly and have a Coast Miwok, panel at the beginning. I don't know, or schedule it separately. I don't know.
I feel as though we have to be a little bit careful. I agree with you. I do believe we need to have a session where we listen to the Coast Miwok Council. But I also think that in all fairness, if we were to do that, then we would need to have a representative from a potentially different perspective, historical perspective, and hear from the Miwok Council, and that would be a lot in the listening session. So I think it is actually 2 different sessions. It's like what we did with the county. The working group had one complete listening session, and then we did an educational session with a panel.
If I may, I would, in terms of like timeline, I agree with Renee that it makes sense to have 2 separate things. And I would hope that we would have any sort of panels prior to any sort of final listening session, and also sort of direction to staff to include in those, whatever staff report comes out for that special meeting or that, that listening session, including some of the resources that the working group has been privy to too. So other, folks can take advantage of those resources prior to a panel and then another listening session. But it sounded from all sides that people wanted to come to the table and listen and learn more. And so we should take advantage of that opportunity.
I'm totally in agreement. The problem is that a lot of people don't, right? They come to the listening session, but they don't go to the earlier session, right? So they want to speak their mind, but they didn't necessarily listen, go to the earlier session. So the value in having it all in one is you'll capture more of an audience. You'll get more people to listen.
I think that's a good point, but it's also called burnout. There's only so many hours that people will stay.
Yeah.
And I think Renee's point is well taken. I also think Chance raised some good points, but I don't think this should be that our staff have to research these matters. I think the county's information that was put forward from those couple sessions they had on historical could just be included in the report rather than our staff having to research. I don't think we need to recreate the wheel.
That's what I was referring to, Councilmember Kohler, is just collecting those resources from the library or whatever and just making sure they're in whatever document we make available to the public.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But I
yeah,
do
that
think a
makes sense
listening
to me.
session would be the first thing.
What did you say, Barbara?
I'm in agreement with Renee. A listening session would be the first thing we do on a Saturday. And then we decide, should we do these educational sessions as well, like the county did? I'm not sure that there was a lot of folks participating in those other sessions. So maybe it's really just a listening session, and then we can decide what the next steps are.
We may be misunderstanding each other, Barbara. I was saying, and Chance echoed, that we believe that there should be the educational sessions first, and then come together for a final listening session once everybody's heard and had a chance to do their own research and really think about it. It will help us it will move us past where we're just in an emotional space, but that emotion is mixed with information. I think it will be more productive.
Okay.
So it's a matter of.
I'm still not sure that even you and Chance were saying the same thing.
Oh, what were we not?
I thought I heard, and this is just, let me just put out the question, what about, did I hear correctly, Chance in particular, that you were suggesting that we have these resources that because we already had an extensive historical lesson from the point of view of the history of Drake and so forth. That's all recorded. It's a resource. We can publicize that resource. And we've had other resources that we've collected both in the working group and there's been others. There's been stuff that's been published. If we collect those resources together, is there a way that we can publicize those resources for our community for people to take a listen to and then get into our discussion rather than starting from scratch and collecting resources all over again? I don't see why we would do that.
Yes. So my suggestion was that I don't know what resources y'all were privy to on that working group, but would be to get those and, put those as, items in whatever, the links to those videos or whatever reading or whatever, but also take advantage of the fact that we have members of the Coast Miwok community that offered to provide context and provide a forum in their perspective. Mm-hmm. And I hear Renee's point about, there are other, sounds like organized groups that are speaking from another perspective as well. But I think putting those resources out in front of our community prior to a final listening session is the right approach.
Mm-hmm. Well, the idea of having, if people are willing to, and I think they might, that some Coast Miwok people could converse directly with our community, that's something that would be a unique Fairfax thing that makes sense to me. That makes more sense to me than gathering a lot of information that's already been gathered over again. So yeah, I support that idea of putting and possibly putting it on the town website, because then you can just click on the link rather than having to type it, and just have links to resources that have been gathered. They're public, they're available, and then focus on having a nuanced conversation. And I guess the reason I'm trying to really put my thoughts in words a little bit more eloquently than I usually do, I liked the tone of tonight's comments. I felt like we were trying to listen to each other, and people were doing a good job of that. I think that's a good start. And as a number of commenters said, it isn't necessarily, I'm seeing this as not necessarily forming as an us versus them, this way or that way kind of a thing. It doesn't have to be, do we change the name or do we not change the name? It could be more about trying to more deeply understand what it really means and what we're trying to do here, why we would even consider this, and what would we accomplish and where would we go next. And a couple of people mentioned ongoing conversation between the Miwok people and Fairfax as sort of an ideal. That's a different way of thinking about things than we'll change the name and then that's done. So I like that direction. I like this direction of thinking about it in a more nuanced way, and thinking about what this moment in history, which is quite profound, is really about, and how what we do in Fairfax, and whether we change the name of this street or any of the other things that we do, how we can influence this moment in history, how we can move forward and make a meaningful change. That's what I think we're all hoping to do.
Bruce,
conversation more than do we do it or do we not do it. Yeah.
Okay, that being said, and those hopefully there'll be many benefits to this process that we don't even see yet, but we still need to move forward on a very specific action in terms of how we're going to move toward March, and deciding, having the community and us finally making a decision about whether we're going to change the name.
Or not.
So somebody have a chance, you were on to it. Do you have a specific way that you could see that playing out during the month of January? In terms of the process here with an opportunity for learning, I mean,
I mean, I think that, like we were saying about the actual resources for the working group, that stuff's already compiled somewhere, so we don't have to worry about that. But it's really, if we are bringing in the Coast Miwok to hear their perspective on things in a more nuanced way and in depth, then we have to check on their availability, right? But a little bit. But we could also invite them to. I like the Saturday idea. I think doing something like that would be great. And then,
but again, my point is that we really can't just hear from the Miwok people.
Right.
We have historians who have put their energy and time and their beliefs into what they've brought forward tonight too. So I think if we're going to have a panel, we need to have all sides represented. I hate to put it in sides, but we
Just
need
a counterbalance, a balanced perspective.
So I have a suggestion. Why not have the Saturday, maybe either the first Saturday after the 20th or the one after that, have the Miwok have them present if they're available, and also have the historian folks present, and have a session where it's really, we have all the links on the website to the other information, but not everyone will follow that. So have one like that, and then a couple weeks later on a Saturday, have a listening session, and that would fall probably in February. And then from there, I think at the end of that listening session, maybe the council could talk about what's next. Are we there? Do we need one or two more meetings? Maybe if we need one or two more meetings to get to the end of March, maybe they could be accommodated within one of our meetings in the month. But I think that's my suggestion of moving forward, so that, and we would all be present at both of those Saturday meetings. But I think we also have to make sure the Miwok are available, the historians are available, And I think as soon as possible near the end of January, and then in early February, another Saturday where we just have a listening session. And then we have a few minutes to talk at the end of that, not on our thoughts, but really how many more meetings do we need? How does that look? Does that make sense? Renee, I'm kind of asking you.
I think that that makes good sense to me.
I'm good with that.
How does that meet with our town manager who has to orchestrate this with Michelle?
Okay, so here's the rub, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask 2 council members to form this ad hoc subcommittee that can help me figure out, when you talk about links to information, I've been around long enough to know if I create it myself or the town does, the criticism will be, we including something, we're not including something. So I need a council subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee to work with on that. Then the second thing is, in essence, you want a community panel discussion, my words, not yours, similar to what we did for cannabis, where we had representatives from different groups. Again, Coast Miwok, the council, that might be easy to figure out. Historians, you know, you get into this issue of who are you getting? Again, I would be relying on this council ad hoc subcommittee to provide guidance on the panels, on the speakers, and we can do that. You are talking about 2 Saturdays. That does take a lot of time commitment from the council, takes time commitment from staff. Got a lot of other things going on. It's a lot of effort from other people, and that's fine. I'm just pointing out that this is a worthwhile topic, but it's creating a lot of work. You have ResJ, you have a police subcommittee.
Yep.
Going to move in the budget.
A lot going on.
A
Yeah.
lot of things going on, and we have regular things. Hopefully it doesn't flood, so we don't have to worry about that. But
we've got that going for us. So what about the idea of the subcommittee? Would it be a good idea to appoint 2 members of the working committee who know more about the details, or would it be a good idea to have new people on that, or 1 new person?
as a point of order, you're not taking any action. What you'd be doing is, as a manager, you'd be suggesting a couple of council members that I could talk to regarding this.
Okay.
I'd be happy to just throw out my name to be one of those council members. I feel as though I know where to go to get the information and the resources and the people and
the resources is one thing, but that should be done. We should just do that.
Yeah, and we've got that very solid connection that's been working at the county with the library, Chantal, and we'll be able to get all that easily linked. And then also for the folks that would make up that panel. Anyway, I'm happy to be in that role.
Yeah, I'm also happy to dedicate energy to it, but I recognize that Bruce has also been involved in it, and others might want to be involved. So I defer.
It might be nice to mix it up and have Renee with Chance. Not that, but Bruce as mayor has a lot of responsibilities, so maybe it's a good idea to have Chance.
It's fine with me if the 2 of you want to. I mean, certainly pulling together the resources, I have no question that Renee could do that by herself. We've got the resources, and they are already pretty well organized by the folks, by Chantal and the folks at the library. The question of what's our path forward, if Chance and Renee wanted to talk about it, I think just from the conversation that we've had tonight, that would represent a pretty good section. And I've got a lot going on with ResJ. We've got meetings happening, subcommittees. We've got the Climate Action Committee. That's this Saturday.
So what do you need?
Okay, so to summarize, what it sounds like is the council would like 2 meetings on a Saturday, 1 education session, my words, not yours, and then a community listening session. And then maybe after that, you talk about what the next steps are. As staff, we will work with Councilmember Goddard and Catrano to develop whatever we're going to do and the panels and whatever links to resources we'll put on the town website. So I think that's the understanding that staff has. And if I don't hear anything different, I'm assuming we're set to go. So you don't really need to take any action. It's just feedback that you've given and staff knows how to proceed.
Sounds okay to me. Does it sound okay to everyone? Yeah, okay. And I just hope that as the town has this conversation, and for everybody who's listening, as we have this conversation, that we can think about it not just in terms of do we rename this or do we not rename this, but think about in the larger term, how do we use this opportunity to do something positive, to hear each other? Because in the end, it just what was referred to it was someone was asking what Garrett meant when he said something. I don't think insignificant was the term he used, but what I think Garrett was referring to, that was being referred to, was that we learned at the working group when there was a staff group that spent a good bit of time researching what the public cost anyway would be of a name change. And the result was it was surprisingly less than we had thought. That meant a lot to me. I went into this thinking if this is going to be $1 million project, then we should spend that money some other way. But it just wasn't. It wasn't nearly as expensive as it seemed like it would be at first. It's hard to characterize the private costs, but the public costs were significantly less. So just to clarify, that's what that was. So in general, it feels to me where I am with this right now is that changing the name, and some of the commenters said this, is just not as big a deal. The question is, how much of a twist do we get ourselves into? We can do something very positive with it. And if we can make it positive, that's what we all need to try to do, is figure out how to do that. Figure out how to make this a positive thing if we do it, that makes a good change, that moves us forward. So I just hope we can find that as a community. Okay. Thank you all. We're now at past 11:30, and we have 3 more items unless we continue them.
I have a suggestion. What about we take item 10, which should be pretty quick, and continue the other 2, because it is nearly midnight. Funny, I thought our point of doing 2 meetings a month was so we get done earlier.
That was a concern, right? I agree that
meetings we're only supposed to have 2 agenda items, but
can I propose an alternative, which is to say that I agree that item 10 is quick. Item 8 is sort of potentially time sensitive if there are folks who need rental assistance and we just need to give a guidance or direction to staff on, whether or not there will be a second round from our residential rental assistance program. I think that was what the ask was. So I feel like that'd be quick, and it's sort of time sensitive given that we're still in the middle of the pandemic and we're about to break for holidays and whatnot.
So it sounds like your proposal is 8 and then 10, and we table 7.
Can we table 10 too? Can we just do 8?
We could. It was pretty quick, I believe.
Let's just do 8 and let's just do 8 and call it a night.
Okay.
Is that okay, Barbara? Because you made the original
Oh,
suggestion.
I'm absolutely okay. I just tend to speak up because I'm trying to move things along. So I'm happy to change whatever you guys want, and I think that makes sense.
Cool.
So,
You need a motion for that, or are we okay? We need a motion.
You need a motion to continue items
I
8
move to
10.
continue items 7 and 10 to January.
Oh yeah, 7 and 10.
I second.
Okay, roll call. Chance,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Aye.
and I'll vote aye. Okay. Item 8, staff report, please.
Sure. Item 8's the receiving an update on your residential rental assistance program that the council actually created in August. At that time, you allocated $60,000 to the program. We split it between 2 nonprofits to administer it, Vincent de Paul and Ritter Center. In the staff report, we give you the update. We gave you an update in October. We gave you an update in November. And you can see in December that they've awarded 18 grants. There's 1 in process. There's 6 are waiting for documentation, 2 still being contacted. Spent almost about $30,000 of the money. Where we're at right now is, if you count the 6 people that were waiting to submit documentation, if you assume they're eligible, you have 1 in process, which means they're eligible. They're just doing probably processing a little more paperwork, and you're contacting 2 more. That means you have 9 people out there, 9 households out there that could be eligible for assistance. If they received assistance at the average of $1,600 a household, you'd probably have about $17,000 left for the program. Now, the nonprofits, what they've actually let me know anecdotally is they believe that households, either Fairfax has assisted or households who receive assistance from other programs, say like the county programs, are still in need of additional monthly assistance. They kind of think, given the extension of the stay-at-home order and other needs, it could be 80% of the people that we've assisted already could use an additional month's assistance. And so they'd like to see a program modification that allow households to receive 1 month's additional assistance, assuming that otherwise speaking, they're eligible and can demonstrate the need. That's really what the request is. How we would still do it is, if you haven't received assistance, you get priority. But once we've gone through those, then you have these other households. And so the staff recommendation is it'd probably be good to do that, because these are clearly households, if they're 30% of median income at risk of homelessness, they're the ones that probably need it the most, if you were to gauge it that way. I think you could probably wait till January if you're thinking you want to add more money or change the program. But I think the first step would be considering allowing these households to receive additional support. There's some stories that they told me that are very, let's basically describe it. They're just really heartbreaking, and you're just like, wow, yes, that person needs assistance. That's something they just need, especially during the holidays. Family member has COVID, someone loses their job, someone's seriously ill. It may have like 5 kids. It's just like, wow, So that probably does bias my recommendation, I will say. But it's clear these households could use. So that's the staff report.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Barbara.
I have 1 comment very briefly, and then 1 suggestion is, and maybe it's a question for Garrett. Just to be clear, the County of Marin's program is not the county. I sit on that committee. It's not CDBG money, it's CARES money. And there are 3 pots. The pots, it all goes through the county for convenience. The pots are San Rafael, Novato, who are so large that they could do it individually, but they choose not to. And the rest of us are in what's called other county areas. We used to be separate by Upper Ross Valley, Lower Ross Valley, and that just wasn't working very well. So that money we voted on, that there should be this new rental assistance program, but that program is very different. It's only going to pay for 25% for up to 6 months, because that follows the governor's order to prevent evictions if you pay 25% for this 6-month period until that moratorium ends. And the rest of the money is converted to civil debt, which I think means somebody could declare bankruptcy. I'm not really sure the meaning of that. But I would make this suggestion. I don't want to wait until January. I would say this. I added it up. If we're going to give out the rest of this money for these people that the grants in process, the 6 and the 2, based on the figures you gave us, it's around $45,000. If we have about 17,000 left, why don't we just allocate another 28,000 with going with your recommendation to pay the next month's rent? There may be more people, but there probably may not be. So that I think could wait till January, but just make it round it up. So we put in another 28,000 added to the 17,000 that's going to be left over. That's 45,000. So St. Vincent's and Ritter could know that we're good with this. The money's there. We don't have to wait. In January, if for some reason it isn't enough, or there's more people that showed up, I think this goes along with what Chance was saying. There's some time critical stuff. And why not just allocate the 28K right now to make it around 45K, which I think is what we would need if we'd go to the same people again. So that's my suggestion, just to move it along.
So quick question, actually, of Barbara. So that would mean that total that we will have allocated toward this rental assistance program was 60 in the start and now 20?
No, I'm talking about, okay, so if you just assume we're going to spend 45,
right,
and then there's 17,000 left over, if you say you want to make it another total 45, you allocate 28,000, which if my addition is correct, and it could be wrong, 28,000 plus 17,000 adds up to 45,000. So all our allocation, if we do what I'm suggesting, would be 90,000 for now.
Yeah.
88.
I would be that precise. Let's just round it up.
Okay, 90.
I hate all these where we go 88,200. Just round it up.
Barbara, it's a new you.
No, I'm a cheapskate, but on stuff like this, I'm not.
I hear you.
That sounds great. Thank you for that suggestion, Barbara.
That sounds like a reasonable approach to me. Garrett, it sounds like your description of it, to put it in really simple terms, is that what we've seen over the last few months is that the applications are kind of petering out. But what we're hearing, and so we still have money sitting on the table, but what we're hearing from Ritter House and St. Vincent de Paul is that what's really happening is that that we're not getting new applicants, but the applicants that have already been through really need another round of help because COVID is not going away. And so that's where we're sort of seeing it. It almost looks like, oh, well, this thing isn't even fully subscribed, but in reality, as Barbara says, if we put more money into it, but we change the rule to where you can apply one more time, then it might be more fully subscribed. It still might not be fully subscribed, but we don't know whether everybody will apply a second time. So there's the question, what would happen if there were money left over at some point in the future? I don't know what would happen with that. We might want to discuss it. Do we get the money back if it isn't spent and we've got a vaccine? And, but that seems like a long way in the future right now.
Right. So I would suggest, it sounds like you're in council deliberations, that you just see if there's any public comment and then you can.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless there's any other questions.
Any questions from council members before we go to comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. Michelle, can we?
Yes.
Not seeing anybody right now, but Maybe you are.
No, but we just opened it up. Okay, I see one person. Liesl Blasch, I'll unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly say thank you so much for doing this program. I've been really impressed with Fairfax, and this week has just made it clearer that our town council and many of our citizens have really made such a great effort towards fair housing and affordable housing in Fairfax and taking care of everybody in our community. And so I'm just really grateful for that. And I have been hearing from the providers that I work with that a subsidy that is deeper rather than broader might be really useful. So I'm happy to hear people talking about that. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys for carrying on.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe McGarry. You're unmuted.
Oh, hello, Council. Thanks for being here so late. So I just wanted to check in real quickly and see if we've got any information on the racial makeup of the recipients, and if we tried some different mechanisms to reach the Latinx community, if there was success with that, if maybe there might be some new partners that might be needed. The Canal Alliance, Multicultural Marin, Latinos Unidos de Marin, all could be used and be helpful because these folks, Latinx folks, have a defense mechanism put up where they need to be invisible, and they just are, through the normal channels that we have set up for aid, they're not going to participate for fear of getting caught up in, deportation, no matter what their status is. And this is an ongoing issue in the canal. It's being discussed all the time, and I think it exists here in Fairfax too. So I really ask that we try some other avenues to try and reach these folks. And thank you for the upping the ante, because I really think and keep going. Please keep going, because folks are being failed by the federal government, the state government, and they need your help. So thank you for what you're doing in that regard. Could we please look at some other mechanisms to reach the Latinx folks? And lastly, that I'm noticing our houseless population in Fairfax is increasing, that there are literally more folks on the street. It may not be a lot, but there are houseless people in town. And when you talk with them, they say the numbers are growing who are living in the hills and down near the creek. And that somewhere in all of this, maybe there could be some attempts to find some people some housing as we go through this pandemic and get into these really, really tough months, because the numbers I feel they're increasing, and these folks are saying they're increasing. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Mayor, I do not see any other public speakers.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from anyone? I have one, but I'll wait till others speak. Barbara.
Just a suggestion. So the county is working there are two groups in the Canal Alliance, and another group that works more with the people, the workers in the area, and the day labor types. And I'm doing a call with Liz Darby on Friday on another idea I had, so I can ask her. Liz is the social equity coordinator for the county. But the county's already working with those folks, and also Lily Thomas, who I have a direct contact with. I can ask Liz a little bit more if there's more folks in our area that Latinx community that we haven't reached. But I really do think Ritter and St. Vincent's are connected in, because they're all part of the CBOs that all work together on the rental assistance program that the Community Foundation and the county did originally. So I don't think it's falling through the cracks, but I'll raise it with Liz Darby on Friday afternoon. And I think, you know, that's just a response to Joe's comment. Thank you.
Yeah, but I just have one quick comment to actually just to thank you, Barbara, for putting that out on the table. And Liesel's point is so well taken that at this time, it's really, really important that we go deeper and not necessarily wider, and actually have a more significant impact on at least these very dark, wet months. So thanks for bringing that and upping the ante. I'm in full support.
Happy to make a motion.
Let's do it.
So I move to allocate an additional $28,000 from our reserves to the Town of Fairfax Residential Rental Assistance Program and modify the program to allow an additional 1 month of rental assistance to be requested by those households who have previously received assistance from Fairfax or other rental assistance programs, but otherwise would be eligible for the program, while also giving priority to those households who have not previously received any type of rental assistance.
A second.
Okay. That clear, Garrett? Is that was stated the way you needed? Sounded good to me. Okay. Take a roll call. And Barbara.
Yes.
Renee.
Oops. Wow. What? Sorry. So one item of clarification.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't get a
sorry. Can I didn't mean to interrupt. But one item of clarification. I think so for the town attorney, the subject line says direct staff is needed. So the question is, direct staff is needed. That's program modification. Does that also include the funding? But if it didn't include the funding, what we would do is I would still go ahead and do that. I would just come back to you in January for ratification. So that's more of a clarification for the town attorney's comfort.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, that would be the best way to go, because if you look at this, it's not an action item like that. It's not written for the funding.
Okay, so if I may suggest, sorry, we could say you didn't get too far ahead on your motion. If you could just friendly amendment to your motion, that would be something along the lines of directing staff to modify the program as you indicated, to provide 1 month's additional assistance. And we will come back to you in January with a ratification of the additional funding that we'll provide to the rental program.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
What Garrett said.
And the amount's $30,000, not 28.
Okay.
And, sorry, just for my clarification. So that money can be distributed prior to ratification?
Yes. The caveat is, I'm assuming you're going to ratify it. Assumption. I'm assuming you'll have a discussion on ratification, but it shouldn't be an issue because we're on the same page here.
Okay, just checking.
It's not an action item per se. You're just giving me direction. So that I consider.
Correct.
Maybe we're splitting hairs here, but I consider the motions you're giving me direction to modify the program, and then I'm going to allocate the additional funding, knowing that I'm going to come back for ratification in January.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you even need a motion then, Janet?
Yeah, you can go ahead and give that motion and vote to give staff that direction to do that.
Okay. So do I have to repeat what I said, or it sounded good? Whoever made the first.
Sounded good.
Okay, thank you.
Second?
Second.
All right.
No, Stephanie, Vice Mayor Hellman already seconded.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Okay, so now roll call on that new, less simple motion. Barbara?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Chance?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, sure you don't want to do item 10? Oh my goodness, it's so simple. All right. I guess we're not, and we go to town manager's report.
I don't have a report.
Caught you by surprise. Well, it's on the agenda.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been on there for special meetings. We normally don't do the town manager's report.
Future agenda items, boy, we have plenty of them. Any more? Okay. All right. Is it time to adjourn?
Yeah.
Okay. We need a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
Good night, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Holidays.
Happy
Thanks.